Officer still saying for time? No. Okay, that's happening.
Yeah. Woo! Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Gosh, every time that intro starts, it just gets me so pumped up. Shout out to Grizz. Appreciate all the hard work and the efforts, sir. Can't wait. We're going to have him on panel here more. Hopefully here. Actually, let me send out some invites and then we will get into the hellos and into the show. Got a lot of stuff tonight, a lot of stuff the next many nights, that's for sure. So tonight we're going to be getting into, there's 1, 2, 3. Tonight we're going to be getting into the BK search warrant documents for his PA residence. So with Discord, we do have a document drop link for anybody that's a sub or is just part of the community. So if you want to click on that link, you can actually read these documents on your own along with us tonight. So that way, if it's easier for you to read them and look at them, I will let you know what page we're on as we go through them. Just an easier way for you all to be able to have the documents that we go into and all the information as well, because it's about community, it's about doing this thing together, and that's why we do it. Shout out Truth and Transparency, shout out Harsh, appreciate all your hard work and your efforts. Great shows here this weekend. Shout out to them, appreciate them so much. They are truly MVPs in this community, and we appreciate and love them immensely. Shout out to them. So if you'd like to read along with those documents tonight, there's the link. All you have to do is click on it. You don't even have to be a member, and you can join in and read them along with us tonight. We're going to be going into some of the PCA tips. Also, some more of the university power, and some more stuff with Scott Green. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to Caddy. Thank you so much for the BK documents that we were able to drop in there. I'm going to go ahead and get into the hellos, and then we're going to share one thing with you. I want to say shout out to my mod Brandy Wine and True Crime for doing some of her homework which allowed me to put together this picture that I get to show you. So we're going to play a couple minutes from last night's episode. This has to do with Olivia possibly being on the Court TV episode with Bill Thompson, and there is a picture that will help you not wonder anymore. So we need to stop any of that speculation before it does start to take place. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. I appreciate it. Jacqueline Kennedy, thank you so much. Detective Golden, ticket number 1. Hope you like the little bubble things at the bottom now. Thanks for subscribing to the channel, JR Nana Cole. Appreciate that. My lead, ticket number 5. Thank you so much. Mama J, ticket number 6. Bianca, ticket number 9. Thank you. Seeing you guys everywhere. Thank you so much for all the support everywhere else as well. It's beautiful seeing you guys all over. It really is community, and I appreciate that. We do practice what we preach. Mark and Betty, you as well. Thank you. Sending love and light to you. Thank you so much. Thank you for checking out the show. Love the icon photo. Thank you for checking out the show, and appreciate your company and your conversation. Miley, PPP, peace, positivity, and progress every single day. What's up, Dark Fairy? Thank you so much. Fang Banger, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Katrina, Caddy. There's Caddy. Katrina. Ticket number 12. Ticket number 12. Pauline McDonald, hello to you. Thank you for hopping in. Ooh, there's Brandywine and True Crime. We're going to get into some stuff tonight. We got plenty of stuff to go over. I'm going to show you my notes. I don't know if it'll take them away or not, but look, can you see all the notes that I have, people? Can you see all this is just stuff. People think I'm lying when I'm saying that I got a shit ton of shit to go. No, it's true. It's true. There's a shit ton. Nevada, thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. You should see my notes. I'm telling you. What's up, Carrie? But hey, it's for truth and justice every single freaking moment. What's up, Trina? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you guys. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help out. D. Marie, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 28. Carly S. Hey, y'all. Oh, I did. You're good. You're good. Carly, DeMarie. Yes, yes. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right. So again, if you want that link, if you didn't grab it already, here is a document drop link for you guys. Shout out Caddy. Appreciate the document grab. Please click on that link. All you have to do is go to the, and there's all the other documents too. It is an Idaho4 document drop, but you go to that last one, Brian Coburg, PA apartment search, 166 pages, non-dissemination order on July 3rd, 2023. That is what we're going to be reading. We're not going to be reading it all, but we will be reading most of it tonight while we get into some of this other stuff. So, like I said, you're more than welcome to have it for your own records. Shout out, Caddy. I appreciate you so much. But the first thing we're going to get into tonight is, there is one thing I want to share with you guys before we get into that. Here is, if you didn't get to check out, if you're new to the show, you didn't get to check out the last couple shows, we did discuss some other topics. But we did mainly focus on as well was the deep dive of the footage that I took as we went from the Steptoe Apartments to 1122. Okay. And we went and did a deep dive on it and went through all the surveillance for each route. And then I also included a route that if somebody was really truly trying to get away with this crime, and they really did stalk it, and they really did study it, and they really were up on their forensic data and digital footprints, then that's the route that they would have taken. And there's a reason why I included that, is because you will see what I'm talking about when you go down that route. I included that route first. That was part 2. We did part 2 first. Did part 1 after that. I do have timestamps in the video, if you wanted to see which was which. All right, so I'm going to get into this. This is from last night's episode, and this was a topic of conversation. What's up, AR? This was a topic of conversation for the last couple days in chat, and that was if Kaylee Gonzalez was really there with Bill Thompson when there was that newest court TV special. So I want to share what Yoli and Unravel myself were talking about last night just for a few minutes. And then shout out Brandywine True Crime. Did some homework, put it in the chat. Appreciate that. And then I went ahead and spliced a picture together for you guys, so it will solidify even more of what we are trying to. Now, this is just personal opinion. We weren't there, but when you see what we're talking about and then you see the picture that I put together, you will totally understand. So I'm going to go to the 3-hour and 3-minute mark of last night's episode. This is just where we talk about it just for a few minutes. Here's the link to the episode from last night. And this is going to kind of explain, where we're coming from. And I think that you'll agree once you see. What we have. So, give me 1 second. We're going to head over and transition to that part, and we'll get it going for you. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you so much. And thank you for your company and your conversation tonight.
At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Zan
just missed Olivia. Where? Back here?
The country talking about this tragedy.
It's when Bill Thompson.
Yeah, Bill Thompson.
It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson.
Right there.
Any new details?
Nothing.
See? It looks like her.
Hold on. And I found that spot, Unravel. All right. It's crazy. Shout out Caddy. She found another episode. It's the Secrets of the Snake River. Bill Thompson as he's younger. Still same beard. Still saying the same shit. There's only one guy that could have committed this crime. All right. I don't think that's her. I don't think that's her. Let me go full screen. I don't think it's her.
Oh, she looks really.
You think
scary.
it looks like her? I don't think it is.
The rounds are around her eyes are like she has. There's something going on.
I think it looks like her. I mean, I don't know if it's her or not, but people were talking about her belly that maybe she was in her early stages of pregnancy. I don't know if that matches
Yeah,
up.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it does. Let me take a photo here.
It may not be her. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna take a photo. We'll zoom in on it. Give
Yeah,
me
her
1 sec.
eyes look really dark.
I just don't see her face. Hold on. I gotta save it and then send it to myself. And then we'll zoom in on it. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. We'll zoom into it. Sorry this takes me so long to do this. I wish StreamYard would just let you just click from one to the next. It doesn't. You have to undo, then do, da 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 da. All right, here we go. I just don't think it's her. I don't know.
I don't know either. It looks like her, but she's. The eyes look like she hasn't, like she hasn't slept.
To me, I don't know. I'm looking at the face, and to me, Olivia's face seems wider than her. Has like a skinnier face. Olivia seems to me like she has a wider face. That's what I'm looking at. The facial structure with the cheeks. Look at the cheeks too, especially the one, what would be her right cheek, the left cheek for us. On the left side.
Yeah.
Olivia has big cheeks too. So I
Yeah,
don't
she
know.
does
I'm
look like
looking at
a little thinner.
yeah.
Maybe it's
the
not her.
face.
I don't know. I can't really tell. I mean, it looks like her at some points, but then other points it doesn't. But
Well,
it does look like this person, whoever she is, she has dark circles under her eyes, like she hasn't slept.
yeah. Yeah.
But it could be the
I don't know.
lighting. I don't know.
Oh, I'm going to show you who it is, everybody. And then I think it kind of like turns away after. Yeah, she just turns away after that.
All right. I'm going to show you who it is. All right. It's not her. It's not even a news lady.
Oh.
All right. This is who it is. It's Ashley Jennings, the senior deputy prosecutor with Bill Thompson. Shout out Brandywine and True Crime. Got the info last night. I was just waiting to tell you guys tonight. So shout out Brandywine True Crime. Shout out to the mods that did all the work while we were doing the show. They went ahead and dropped it. It was actually during our live last night. But what's the rush? I put out a tweet earlier today. And it's obviously not her. This is who it is. Ashley Jennings, senior deputy prosecutor. Probably tired as shit. Probably tired as shit. But I'll zoom it in even more. There you go. Even look at the hair as it curls in, the hairstyle. Look at the part. The part's in the same spot. The curl is in the same spot. The eyes are in the same spot. The cheeks, the chin, the jaw, same spot. Assistant prosecutor. There you go. So please, anybody, it's not Olivia. Never was. Never has been. Never will be. There you go. Shout out Washington State.
All right, here we go. So here is the documents, everybody. Like I said, if you're just hopping in, here again is the link to the Discord Idaho4 document drops that we have. You don't even have to be a member. Just click on it and you can bring up or even save the document for yourself if you don't have it. But I encourage, if you have the availability, to pull it up and read it as we go through it. Please do. All right, let me make this screen bigger. Whoa, I'm cut off here. Hold on. All right, there we go. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I got to send out another. So we're going to read through some of it. Like I said, we're not going to go through all of it. That's why I'm sending it to you. This isn't going to be the only night that we go into it. But I'm not going to be going through the whole thing tonight. Maybe I'll do a read through of it sometime in the future, but it will not be tonight. That'll be something that I'll do on my own, and I'll just post it as a video. All right, so in the District Court of the 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah, non-dissemination order. The court, by stipulation of the parties, this is page 1 still, enters its order as follows. It is hereby ordered that the parties to the above titled action, including investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, and agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning this case other than a quotation from or reference to, without comment, the public records of this case. This order specifically prohibits any statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the following. 1. Evidence regarding the occurrences or transactions involved in the case. Number 2. The character, credibility, or criminal record of a party. Number 3. The performance or results of any examinations or tests, or the refusal or failure of a party to submit to such tests or examinations. Page 2. Number 4. Any opinion as to the merits of the case or the claims or defense of a party. Number 5. Any other matter reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial of this case, such as, but not limited to, the existence or contents of any confession, admission, or statement given by the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilt to the charged offense or a lesser offense, or any opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. It is further ordered that no person covered by this order shall avoid its proscriptions by actions that indirectly but deliberately cause a violation of this order. It is further ordered that this order and all provisions thereof shall remain in full force and effect throughout these proceedings until such time as a verdict has been returned unless modified by this court. Now, I've noticed this already. We're on page 2. I've noticed this already a couple times in this document as I'm reading it. There are some words like this right here that I'm just going to highlight here, if you can see it. This happened a couple times. The font size is obviously a different size compared to the rest of the document, and there's no spaces in between it. So I don't understand that. What's up with that? I don't understand it. Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall. Number 3, December 30th, 2022, Whitman County Clerk. In the matter of application for search warrant, Superior Court of Washington for Whitman County. It states, this matter having come on for hearing upon the motion of the state of Washington and the court having considered said motion, the files and records hereon and the affidavit of Don Daniels, and having entered findings of fact and conclusions of law therefrom, now therefore. It is ordered that the clerk of this court shall seal the warrant application for warrant inventory return and the declaration in support of the motion to seal documents until March 1st of 2023 or until earlier order of this court. Page 4. It is further ordered that this order and the findings and conclusions on motion to seal documents are exempt from sealing requirement and shall be available for public inspection and copying. Signed this day, 30th day of December 2022. Page 5. All right, let me see here. So, clerk's action. This matter having come on for hearing upon the motion of the state of Washington and the court having considered said motion, the files and records hereon and the affidavit of Don Daniels, and have it entered findings of fact and conclusions of law therefrom, now therefore, same order, same signature. Page 6. Amendment read to Judge Libby on 12/30/2022 at approximately 16:09 hours and recorded on body camera. On 12/30/2022, while service search warrant SW1229222A for Steptoe Apartment G201, we found a padlock round in shape in the living room closet. Based on my training and experience, I recognize the padlock to be the shape of locks typically used on storage units. The lock is round in shape and the design limits the ability for it to be cut off. A key matching the lock was also found in the living room in the TV stand next to keys which appear to be for the Wilson Short office. What's up, Skittles? Thank you for hopping in. I had Officer Kirshner contact the apartment coordinator who confirmed there are storage closets available to residents located in the same buildings as the laundry areas. Sergeant Pentlavany went to the area and confirmed there was a storage closet with the address G201 written in black marker on the wood door. The storage closet is located in Building F of Steptoe Apartments. Now, what's up, Alice? When I lived in my apartments in Chicago, same thing, right? We had apartments, and then in the laundry area, which was located in a different building underneath, there were also, it wasn't even really I guess it was like a locker, more of a word for it, not a closet, because it wasn't a solid wall even. It was that kind of like metal, really tight type gate stuff. I don't even know what to call it. It more like a locker. So it definitely makes sense. Is it something that I don't know. I mean, it's what they had to search, though. It's part of the property. Now, is there something to it? That's up to other people to really like run with and shit, and then not here. The storage door is not locked and the door is slightly ajar. See, he probably didn't even really use it or really care about the stuff that was in it. Because really, if you're in an apartment complex, you reside in a different building than where your storage unit is for your stuff, and it's not locked, number one, and it's even ajar. I doubt you really give a shit. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I didn't go to school for it, though. I believe the storage was likely used by Koberger to store items and was likely accessed between the time of the unalivings and his travel to Pennsylvania. It is also believed the storage closet could contain trace evidence listed in number 1 and number 5 of evidence to be seized. It is a possibility. But if they didn't find anything in his car, I really doubt they're finding anything in the storage unit. Judge, do you believe there is probable cause to believe these items may be found in the storage unit, and do you authorize us to search the storage unit? But it wasn't locked and it was slightly ajar. Now, if you show up to a house that you are curious to investigate, I mean, hell, the cops in OJ's case jumped the damn fence. If this storage unit is slightly ajar and not locked, wouldn't that be the same as them showing up to a house where the door is slightly cracked open and there's no other door between that and the door that's slightly cracked open, and they're showing up to investigate? Do they not go in then? I don't know. I assume they do. I've heard of it happening a lot. Just saying. Evidence collection log 12/30/2022, 1630 Northeast Valley Road, G201, Pullman, Washington. By the way, if you're just hopping in and you have the availability to open up this document and read along with us as I'm reading it on here, you're more than welcome to. There's the link to the Discord Idaho4 document drop that we have for everybody. You don't have to be a member. You just go to the latest one that we posted. And shout out to the mods. Just go to the latest one that we posted, and you'll be able to pull it up with us and read this as well as we go through it. This is page number 8. My storage is on my back patio, and it does not lock. Whoa! Screw that! Shit. Wait, you probably just put cat food in there, don't you? I know you don't. Tiffany, I know you don't put your fucking Reese's in there. I know that for sure. I know that for sure. I wouldn't either. Just saying, I love them. I love Reese's. I love Reese's Pieces cereal. I love Reese's Pieces cups. I love anything Reese's Pieces. Give it to me, you know? Ah. The vices that we have in life. Ugh. You know what I'm saying, Tiffany? Reese's. That damn vice. Marker number or identifier. Description of item of evidence. 1. Nitrile type black glove. Closet in north wall of entryway west side. Number 2. 1 Walmart receipt with 1 Dickies tag. Closet on the north wall of entryway west side. Number 3, 2 Marshall's receipts. Closet on the north wall of entryway west side. Number 4, dust container from Bissell Power Force vacuum. That must be what he used to clean up his footprint that was latent at 11:22. I bet you he came in there. Did DM? No, I don't think DM stated anything about like a Ghostbuster backpack. The bushy eyebrow and the Buster backpack. Because it's almost like he walked by and went, oh shit, I left a footprint. Hold on. Okay, I can't see it no more. I don't know. Number 5, 2 possible hair strands. Oh, it says 8. 8 possible hair strands. When it came to Vinny was like, 8 hair strands. Maybe we should watch that Court TV episode again where they talk about this, because that was funny as shit. Vinny, man, he's like almost being like Nancy Grace anymore. If you ain't trying to DoorDash me some white Reese's, then let me alone. You playing with my emotions, Tiffany says. Tiffany, Hey, Tiffany, I'll make you a deal. When Reese's Pieces decides to finally sponsor Evil CJ, I will ship you a quarter. Of what I get from Reese's Pieces. Because if they're sponsoring me, I'm going to get boxes of Reese's. I'll send you a quarter of it. That's a promise. So you got number 6, a Fire TV stick with cord and plug plugged into the back of a Samsung TV West Wall living room TV stand. Number 7, possible animal hair strand under computer pad on desk in northeast bedroom. Northeast bedroom, computer pad on desk, under computer pad on desk. So it was the animal possible. It's not even an exact, but it's a possible animal hair strand under computer pad on desk in northeast bedroom. I'm game on taste. Dark for. Hey, I can't eat them all. And it's about community. I would love to share. And hey, you know what I really want, though? I really want that coffee sponsorship. That's what I really want. I want great value. Donut Shop Coffee to sponsor Evil CJ. That's my number one. Great value Donut Shop Coffee. I might even just make a little promo for them, even though they don't sponsor me, because I love their Donut Shop Coffee. Anyway, number 8, possible hair east wall of shower on tile. I mean, we're dudes, We're not the only ones. Females do it too. Number 9, possible hair inside drain of shower bathroom. Again, we're human. Number 10, possible hair under computer pad on desk in northeast bedroom with the pet hair. Number 11, one possible hair strand from uncased pillow north side of bed, northeast bedroom. I'm surprised there's only one in all of these spots. Number 12, computer tower from northeast bedroom desk. Northeast bedroom, item not bagged, tagged with zip tie and info. It was not. And that was the computer tower. Presumptive chemical test for blood. No immediate color change. It ended up being a negative. So if Vinny and everybody over there that wanted to spew possible blood stain on the pillow, if you really read all the documents, Vinny, it's circled right here, sir. It says no immediate color change. It's a negative. Pink. It could be blood, right? No? Blood on the pillow. One pet hair. He's guilty. We almost have to watch this freaking Court TV episode after this because, yeah, we need to. I think we really do. White towel from shelf of kitchen table. Diluted red-brown irregular stain. I love the wording in these documents. It's like sometimes you're reading a Howard Bloom article, with the shock words and shit. So then by the time you get through a quote 21-minute read through, according to the top of the page, and as you get halfway through it, it's at 21 minutes and you still have another 21 to go, and you're so distracted because you're like, oh my gosh, it was only 21 minutes, and then you read all the shock words with it too, and then by the end you're like, damn, I forgot he said in the very beginning that he didn't talk to the family. It's those verbiage. It's the verbiage. It's something we're going to be getting into in the PCA in a little bit towards the end of the show. Thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help. Y'all keep talking about Reese's. I'm trying to stay away because you guys are going to make me hungry. Dark red spot, small flaked off surface upon touch, west of sink, kitchen counter. That's disgusting that you're going to sit there and pick at it with your finger. That's gross. Pizza cutter, top drawer, west of sink, east of fridge, reddish scratch in metal. Something red probably bumped into it. I don't know. Just an idea. Dark red, irregular stain, side panel of drawer, second west of sink. Okay. 332 screwdriver from bottom drawer, west of sink, brown spot. I mean, they have to, though. They have to, right? They have to. Ajax bottle of soap near bottom edge of west side of sink, small dark stain. The Ajax bottle, I wonder if you take the Ajax bottle and you link it up with the Bissell power machine. There is your latent footprint, everybody. That's why the cops didn't see it. That's why the MPD didn't see it when they first went through the crime scene. They didn't see it at first. It's because of Ajax and the power Bissell. Shout out Ajax and Power Bissell. You all are obviously effective. Switch on north wall of kitchen. Man, I'm shooting promotions out there like crazy. Switch on north wall of kitchen, behind sink, dark reddish stain. It wasn't the victims. We know that. Switch on north wall at kitchen, behind sink, small dark reddish stain. It wasn't the victims. We know that. Pink, red, irregular stain on edge of plate from cabinet west of sink. It wasn't the victims. We know that. A microwave on counter in kitchen northeast corner. Dark reddish long stain in back. Dark discoloration and grout of counter tile just south of microwave. Orange drip. I wonder how much of it was actually chili. I wonder, you know what I mean? Because when you put chili, listen, if you cook chili on a stove or you cook chili in a microwave, you know you have to have some kind of cover on it. Because if you don't, the shit goes, you know, when the bubbles come up and shit splatters and you're like, whoa, it's like, you know, a little minefield of chili sauce all over the place. You have to, you know, you got to, whether it's on the stove or the microwave. So, you know, an orange drip, that could be taco sauce. That could be taco sauce, taco seasoning. Oh, tacos sound good too. Northeast bedroom, northeast closet, interior of north door, dark red stains, multiple irregular and pieces, small red brown stain on exterior door of northeast closet and northeast bedroom, north door, edge of south door of northeast closet and northeast bedroom, very small red brown stain. Wow, this is a lot. Interior of south closet door, north door, faint stain, swipe marks, northeast room, 2 small reddish brown irregular stain inside of south closet, north, irregular reddish brown stain. What is a regular reddish? What would that be? There's a lot of irregular stains. What is a regular stain? Would that be like would it be like a circle? Would it be a square, a triangle? It's got me curious. What is a regular stain? White towel on black brown stool, dark brown stain. Damn, dark brown stains all over the place. I hope he didn't. Listen, I know when me and Silky had a show a few weeks back, we discovered a new side effect to medicine called explosive and I don't want to finish the rest because I don't want to gross you out. But if you were in the show, you know there was a side effect called explosive something or rather, and I hope that Koberger did not have a case of the explosive something or rather, because there sure is a lot of gray smear interior of south door of south closet of northeast bedroom of laundry basket underside orange smear in northeast room. And dude had this taco sauce is messy. You know what I mean? Taco sauce is messy. You can get that, you're eating tacos and it drips down your hand, maybe gets down your wrist. You're hitting light switches, you're maybe if you have explosive, it hits you at once. You're like, shit, I don't have time to wipe off my taco seasoned hands. I'm hitting light switches. I'm trying to get there as quick as possible. I can see it. Silky knows. We've had conversations about it. Exterior door of northeast bedroom, small red stain, round regular red stain. Exterior door of northeast bedroom, irregular. Northeast bedroom door jam, west side of door jam, small brown stain, small red brown stain. Exterior a bathroom door, interior a bathroom door, small dark red brown irregular stain. Interior a bathroom, little red brown stain, light reddish brown stain on outside of edge of medicine cabinet. Damn. Bro, I hope you were okay. A detective. Like, right? I hope. Oh my gosh. Diluted brown stain on east side of door jamb of toilet room and small reddish brown stain of left side of. I'm telling you, the explosive something or rather exists, people. You got to check the backs of the medicine, read the descriptions, read the side effects. Small brownish, because maybe he just had a migraine. Small brownish stain right inside edge of medicine cabinet bathroom. Brownish stain just above tile below towel rack below medicine cabinet bathroom west wall of shower below curtain rod. Light gray linear stain, east sink of vanity wood, front face below countertop, light red stain, irregular bathroom, reddish brown stain, irregular shape, left wall of cabinet under east sink bathroom, reddish brown linear stain on right side of the shelf of cabinet under east sink bathroom, light orange brown stain, linear irregular right side of sink bathroom, collected hair, see collection log. Let me get back to chat here for a second. Woo. Sounded like Three's Company. Oh. I mean, who knows what it is? It's a regular, though. It's a regular. Aw. Prayers, Dark Fairy. Oh my gosh, some taco spaghetti. Oh, Tiffany, send me the recipe for it, please. That sounds so good. Taco spaghetti and corn. Oh my gosh. That sounds so damn good. I've never had taco spaghetti before, but it sounds freaking good. Yeah, it could be a nosebleed. I didn't start nothing. I just said, I'll make you a deal. Taco soup? I love anything tacos. So good. Taco spaghetti, right? What you do? Just the taco meat, make it with spaghetti sauce, and then just cook it with some brown sugar and taco chili. Taco anything. Shit, give me taco cereal, yo. Give me some taco cereal. Curtain rod and shower underside of rod west and reddish stain. Blind swab of east sink drain bathroom. Blind swab of west sink drain bathroom. Blind swab of shower drain bathroom. Tiny red stain on edge of door. Knob plate interior of entry door. South of entry door in living room. West wall dark brown dripping stain. A lot of stains everywhere. Top left side of computer pad diluted brown stain. Ooh, there we go. Round. It wasn't irregular, it was round. Top left side of computer pad, diluted round, another round stain. Red, that's weird, R-E-D-D. R-E-D-D. Is that like a darker red? Reddish. There we go. Brown stain. What? Man, it's hard to read some of this handwriting. Brown stain on uncased pillow, south side of bed, 2 separate stains. Cut 2 separate stains, 2 cut separate stains, not sure. Only larger stain tested. Page 15. Hell yeah, thank you. That recipe sounds good. What's up, little Miss Madhead? Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Right, Pauline? Like, damn. It's like all over. Bro, I hope this, like I said, check the back of your medicine. Look at the side effects, people. Thank you, Leslie. Appreciate you. Mattresses cover on bed in northeast room on edge, facing doorway, brown irregular drip. Always irregular, but there's 2 round. Multiple stains present on cover, collected after 1 positive result. Other stains not tested. Cover unzips into 2 pieces, top piece and bottom piece collected, packaged separately, both marked item C. Underside of rug under the coffee table in the living room, brownish stain at rear tag, northwest corner of rug, linear brownish red stain on carpet in living room under rug, stains everywhere. All right. So we'll go ahead and take a pause from that. Let me zoom out so we can get this full document now. Then we will get started into that coming up in here in a second. Yes, thank you all for coming here and showing some support. I appreciate you. Oops, excuse me. And shout out to Truth and Transparency and Harsh as well. All weekend with Truth and Transparency, and then today with Harsh. Definitely appreciate their hard work and efforts. Yes, thank you so much. Positive vibes to you, Little M. Appreciate you so much. Well, I mean, they had to, though, right? They had to. They had to document everything. It's totally understandable, right? It's not what it's. So when you're reading these documents, okay, you have to understand this. When we're reading these documents, it's not the documents that create the stories. It's the people that either read or don't read the documents that then create the stories. So when it comes to the documents and what's written down, when you look at the profession, you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? When you're going in there and you're writing all this stuff down, you're collecting all this information, it's what you're supposed to do. And it's what I would hope any LE agency would do, because really you need to collect as much as you can, no matter what it is, because you never want to be in a situation where you didn't do your homework, or you didn't do the extra. Thank you so much, Leslie. Or you didn't do the extra, and therefore you end up in a position where a guilty person gets set free. Okay? So totally, when it comes to these documents, I'm not reading into them. I'm just making fun with you guys. It's not like I'm saying that they're mean and these different things. I just like to have a little bit of comedy with it too. But it's not, and that's why I'm as I'm starting to read these documents, I'm gonna show you guys the Court TV episode when it came to reading these documents and how far MSM took these documents. Okay. And if you're just joining, again, this is our Idaho document drop. link in Discord for anybody. It's available. Please, you'll have the documents for yourself. These documents, if you don't already have them, go ahead and have them. And if you want to pull them up while we read them, go ahead. If there's something on a certain page that sticks out to you, let me know and we'll go through it. I'm not personally going to read every single page tonight because we're going to be getting into other stuff, but I'm showing you certain things about this document and sharing the document with you. That way you guys can be just as informed as well, because this stuff is important. This is about truth and justice, and this is about the right thing happening, whether it's the guilty being convicted or an innocent person being set free. One of the damn two, because it's about the truth and justice. So we're going to go through this a little bit more, and then we're going to get into that court TV episode. Now, I'm showing you, and you guys know already. You're saying it in chat. You guys know already. There's nothing to read into these words. It's something that they have to do. They are doing their job to the fullest, which I hope they would, because it's important. We're going to listen, like I was saying a second ago, it's the people reading or not reading the documents that then create the stories. So when we watch Court TV, you're going to hear the stories, that the exaggerations that then created the narrative, okay? No, this is not about Kopaka. This is about Koberger's apartment search. Shout out to Truth and Transparency for the Kopaka stuff. Man, what a sad situation. Sorry about that, little Miss Madhead. There's trolls in here that like to just flag comments that have no reason being flagged, because all you said was smash the like button and subscribe. But thank you, troll, for being a view. I appreciate you, because what the trolls don't understand is while you're hanging out doing stuff like that, you're giving the community an extra viewer. So thank you. I appreciate that. Right? That's okay, because we can unflag the beautiful messages that the people in community type that you decide to be an asswipe with. All right, so this is more of the collection Dawn Daniels, reporting officer. Now, we do have some stuff on Dawn Daniels herself, but we will get into that on another evening. It shows Walmart receipt, shows the night trial glove, everything that we went through when it comes to the evidence collection. Now, this is going to end up showing you a chain of custody, okay? As these documents get into it, you're going to see the change of custody. Obviously, the names aren't typed, but they're signed. Some of them you can tell they are, some of them you can't, but at least you know a general idea. You can figure it out, and you got the dates and the timestamps to go with it. Shout out, Caddy, for getting this document. I appreciate you. Again, goes through all of the documentation of what was collected, the change of custody, and it goes more into the first couple documents there. All right, now this is at page 22. That looks like my handwriting. If I write in lowercase, that's why I write in uppercase. So if anybody's ever seen my handwriting and you wonder why I write in uppercase, it's because my lowercase writing looks like this shit. And sometimes I can't even read it. Well, that's why we do what we do, Leslie, because it starts with one, it starts with the community, it becomes a collective effort, and then you become a force. And the people that want to think that they have choice over if there's justice or not are then eventually left in a position where the opposition is too strong and they have no choice but to serve truth and justice. Am I a lefty? No, I'm not. I'm a righty. It is unreadable, right? That's why I'm saying, if anybody ever sees my handwriting, because I do take pictures and notes time to time, that's why I write in uppercase. So, like I said, there's the link for you guys. You can go through this on your own time and have it for your own records. $166 pages. Now, these are redacted. So, January 5th, 2023, I, Brian Koberger, authorize representatives from Washington, and there's no signatures, but there is a stamp authorizing the representatives from the WSU to enter the apartment for the purpose of repossessing 2 keys that are property of the WSU. Amended non-dissemination order. So many pages, everybody. Chains of custody. Everything to do with the apartment search. So, and then there's the Kootenai County Public Defender. So again, if you have Discord, click this link and you can keep it for yourself. I will be in the future, probably the weekend that's coming up. What's up, Sheriff? How you doing tonight? The weekend that's coming up is probably when I'm going to sit back and do like some kind of full read through of the 166 page document. And then if you don't have the ability for Discord, if not, send me an email. Okay. Send me an email or message me on Discord, and I can include, I'm not sure if I can on Twitter, but I can include the document, and then you can have it for yourself if that's the only way. If you don't have Discord, then at least send me a email on Gmail, and then I can share it with you too. All right, so I'm going to switch to the Court TV episode where it talks about Koberger's apartment search. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help. And this is the episode from Brian Koberger's apartment search warrant being released. Like I said, we went through the most important stuff, the stuff that they're going to get into, okay? Listen to the difference when it comes to the narrative of what's being shown. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Evidence revealed in the murders of college students Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee as a search warrant is unsealed. We have all the details of what was found inside the apartment of the accused mass murderer. And tonight, we'll go through the evidence piece by piece with our own experts. Will prosecutors be able to connect the defendant to the scene of the crime?
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us here on Closing Arguments. The case in Idaho, this is not a case with direct evidence. There is no eyewitness to the actual murders. There's a witness who sees someone afterwards, but doesn't witness the actual murders. There's no video of the murders, and there's no confession. So what do we have? We've got video. We've got video of the suspect's car circling around the area outside of that house, going back and forth. We've got that car visiting before the murders as well. So the white Elantra and the video of the white Elantra, crucial piece of circumstantial evidence for prosecutors to try to get that suspect from Pullman, Washington, into Moscow, Idaho. Second crucial piece, those cell phone pings. Pinging everywhere. Those cell phone pings
Pinging everywhere.
Sometimes coinciding with the video. Other
Hanging
times,
everywhere.
Pinging when there is no video. And sometimes we have video when there are no pings. But you put these pieces together. It's like a puzzle. Circumstantial evidence. How many times have you heard a prosecutor talk about the pieces of the puzzle that you've got to put together to prove the case? So the cell phone, again, is circumstantial evidence. It can prove
Appreciate you.
that someone is there or the cell phone is there. And then you're going to say, well, the cell phone's there, then he's there, and we see his car there. So you put all of that together. You're like, okay, now all of a sudden you've got this defendant not home in his apartment, but you've got him out of his apartment. You've got him in Moscow. You've got him right next to the home where the 4 college students were murdered. So what else do you need? You can get him outside the house, right? So that's important to get him in the neighborhood. It's a college town. You know, there's a lot of people moving around, people seeing things, people, driving in, driving out for different reasons. But he's from Pullman, Washington. Does he have a reason to be outside the house? Now, something we've learned, 2 people survived who were inside the house. We know there was a DoorDash delivery as well. So you now have to get this defendant inside that house. And how do you do that? How do you prove to this jury that he's actually inside the home? Again, more circumstantial evidence of circumstances that say, okay, you put it together, that would put him there. And I think what was unsealed today in a search warrant could lead investigators there, could get the prosecution there, could get the jury there to be convinced that, yeah, this defendant, this suspect was inside that home and has a connection to these victims. So today, an unsealing of a search warrant, and part of that is a list of the items that were actually seized. So let's take a look at some of these items. We begin with one nitrite type black glove. Black glove, that's kind of like a surgical glove. I mean, if you're going to commit a murder, that's something you would certainly want. You've got a Walmart receipt with one Dickies tag. We don't know what's on the receipt, but is he buying something that could be connected to all of this? 2 Marshall's receipts. Again, we don't know what's on the receipt, but investigators do. This one is fascinating.
We don't know, but the investigators do. The Dickies receipt. I want to hear what he has to say about this Bissell, because shout out Ajax and Bissell. Your shit works, right? If you could get a bloody shoe print to where investigators don't even notice it until they go through it again with some in a special light. That had to be some good Ajax Bissell power machine combination right there. Like, the dude knows how to clean. That's for damn sure. I buy Dickies. I don't know why they're doing this, dumbass trolls, but thanks for being a view.
This one is fascinating. A dust container from a Bissell Power Force vacuum. Again, inside the suspect's home. Was he cleaning anything up? What would be inside that vacuum?
Vinny, he was cleaning up the shoe print. You know what would be inside that vacuum.
8 possible hair strands. Whose hair? Whose hair? Will they be able to match someone to these hair strands?
No.
Could they possibly match it to one of the victims? There would be no innocent reason for one of the victims' strands of hair.
Bro, we're human. We're human. Unless, hey, I don't know. I could be wrong, though. Maybe Vinny's got some really badass shower product, some special body wash that makes it to where you don't lose a fucking hair when you take a shower. Or you don't lose a hair around your house. I mean, I don't know. Damn, Vinny, share your secret, sir. Share your secret. What hair body product do you use where hair doesn't fall out, sir? Damn, I need some.
Hair to be in his apartment, would there?
There's no reason.
A Fire TV
There's no
stick with a
reason.
cord and plug. This
There's
one,
no reason.
I don't have a Fire TV stick, but my understanding is you can store information on there. You can go shopping on Amazon. There's other things you can do with it. Maybe you can look up news reports as well. I don't know what information they'll be able to get from that, but seems like it's significant. This one, wow, one possible animal hair strand. Did he have a pet? One of the victims had a pet. One possible hair, another possible hair, and another possible hair. If any of these match those victims, huge for the prosecution. Computer tower, we know the age we live in. There's so much potential information from a computer tower. What are you searching? What are you looking at? What are you reading? How about social media? What pictures are you browsing? Where are you? When are you there? When are you in your apartment? When are you not there? Unbelievable information from a computer.
Unbelievable. Well, yeah, there is a bunch of unbelievable information, but wouldn't the unbelievable information being a connection at the apartment to the victims? If we're talking just apartment search warrant, we're not talking vehicle, we're talking apartment. Vinny.
Three more things. A collection of a dark red spot collected without testing. Red spot, is it blood? Whose blood is it? 2 cuttings from an uncased pillow of reddish brown stain. The larger stain has been tested. We don't know the results. 2 top and bottom mattress cover packaged separately, both labeled C, multiple stains. What are the stains? Who are they connected to?
Oh my gosh. See,
I'm
that's
telling you folks, this could be enormous for the prosecution.
all right. That's the difference, right? Yeah, we're human. You know what I'm saying? Share your hair body product secrets, Vinny. Because if you're saying nobody has no business having their own hair at their own apartment, what cloud you riding on, bro? What's up, Ron John? That's the difference. When I read the PCA in what was listed and what mainstream media reads it as, there's a difference. It's not the documents themselves. The LE are doing and collecting everything that they're supposed to, because it's better to be in a position where you have too much than too little. It's the people who read the documents where the stories start.
They already have great evidence, but you don't know what any particular jurors
What's up, Senny? Ticket number 83
is. And if they can't put the defendant inside that house, that could be the reasonable doubt for one or more jurors. So it's significant. Let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. Not in Idaho tonight, but right here and set. Great to see you, Chanley.
Tonight,
and
inside.
Warm. Exactly. So tell us more about these documents that were unsealed today. This is big.
It was huge, Vinny, because remember last week on your show, I'm telling you about the order to seal this affidavit of the apartment, and we were speculating what all it could reveal to us that they were looking for inside the apartment, and now we have our hands on most of it. And the reason they unsealed this yesterday, according to the file stamp, is because it's a different state, Washington State, Whitman County, where his apartment is, in Moscow. They cited the Moscow affidavit, the arrest affidavit, being so extensive, 18 pages, that this really didn't. It's pretty much known what is in this affidavit. So they released it, and as it's unsealed, we learned that they were looking on December 30th, where we have video of the Washington State University Police Department searching the apartment on the second floor, Unit 201, taking boxes out. from that apartment, spending time doing that at the request of Moscow Police Department, looking for, like what you said, trace evidence, cell phone, other cell phones, computers, digital towers, things like that. But now, I told you about the first 18 pages. This affidavit goes page 19 through 31. So here's some things that stick out to me that we maybe didn't know. So on page 19, where it picks up with something new, it says the Keene Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast off, which is the bloodstain pattern resulting from blood drops released from an object, a murder weapon, due to its motion, which, based on the training of this officer, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred onto Kohlberger's person, his clothing, or his shoes. So that's why we're seeing these items seized of clothes at his home, the receipts of clothes purchased possibly that he may have worn. Dickies, they make bibs that covers most of your body, right? That could have been what he purchased. So they're looking for, and we knew it was a bloody crime scene, right? I showed you what we presumed to be blood leaking out the walls outside.
Yeah, shocking.
And so a couple other things that stood out to me in this affidavit. So we knew that he was a student there, but we didn't know for sure, based on his cross-country trip to Pennsylvania with his dad, if he intended to do the spring semester, return to school. That's a long drive.
Right.
So this affidavit does say that he intended to return.
He was going to stay.
He was going to stay.
He was going to stay right in Washington
for the next semester. This is what this affidavit reads. Also revealing to me, Vinny, they did not find a murder weapon in this apartment. And with the gag order, we don't know if they found it. They wouldn't tell us, but we can know for sure that at the time this search warrant was written, they didn't have it, and then they didn't seize it there. They didn't find it. So that's still missing. We knew he lived alone, but this confirms he lived alone. I was at that apartment building knocking on neighbors' doors. We pretty much knew that. And you mentioned pet hair. There's no mention of the pet from any of the neighbors.
Possible.
I talked to, and I think there'd be more than just one hair if there was actually a pet.
If there was a pet there, and there'd be a pet, right? I mean, when he's arrested or...
Yeah, she's level-headed. Like, no matter where she reports, when she's reporting, she is level-headed. That's why I say Chanley is a diamond.
And there'd be a pet in that.
It's about the truth. It's about truth.
Exactly. So, and then something else, this search warrant also requests to search his office on campus. His apartment's on campus too, but at the criminology building. I've been there and did some sleuthing. We went inside the building. We tried to find his office, Vinny. It's in the basement, but the outer door was locked, but you could see kind of through where the students' offices would be located. So they searched that, but this doesn't reveal anything that they seized from that search in this particular unsealed document. And then finally, I know we talked about this last week. I was interested to see if this mentioned or seized any shoes because of that latent footprint or shoe print that was found at the crime scene. Were they looking for him to have that style of shoe? It's not specifically mentioned in here, and they didn't seize, obviously, any shoes.
Yeah. I mean, if they saw a shoe that matched, they would have seized it. And unless their shoes were found somewhere else, which I couldn't imagine, or were they the shoes that he was wearing when he was arrested? True. Shoes could be where the murder weapon is as well.
Exactly.
Which could be pretty much anywhere.
And what was bought on the receipts or at the stores.
Exactly. So those receipts are crucial. And they know what's on the receipt, but we don't know what's on the receipt. So, you look at this. What are your thoughts about the Fire Stick and the TV? That was the only one's a little confusing.
I don't have one of those either, but I hear that you can do many things with this. Search the internet with it, watch things, store things with it. Even illegal things I've researched, maybe you can download.
Right.
I'm not sure, but that's interesting. Who knows what they could find on that? And as we know, they can also find deleted things on a lot of these electronics as well.
Which, again, I mean, he's studying this stuff.
Leslie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat with the thumbs up, CJ. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and thank you for coming to check out the show. It means a lot to us. Shout out to the community for truth and justice, for all these victims, families, and communities, because that's why we do what we do. Well, some of us, anyway, do what we do. Thank you so much for being a part of the community and the atmosphere. Thank you.
He's probably going to try to cover his tracks. But, everything we're looking at, he didn't do the greatest job if, in fact, he is the killer here, because everything seems to be pointing in that direction. And it all started with the video, the cell phone, and now we'll see what they were able to get. It'll be interesting to see if there's any blood or hair that is connected to any of the victims that could have been brought back from the scene. All right, Chanley, great job. It's great that she can be warm tonight, and we will speak again. When we come back, folks, we are going to go through this evidence piece by piece with our experts, our forensic experts.
And while they're taking a short break, if you haven't checked out this video, or you haven't checked out the deep dive of the footage that I made for Kohberger's PCA route, and a route one would have taken if they were really truly trying to not get caught, I show you both and we break it down. There's a reason it says 12 plus or 123 plus, and that's because between the different routes, those are the amount minimal of surveillance. So that's why I did the part 1 and part 2 of my footage of Kohberger's PCA route from Steptoe to 1122. If you haven't checked it out, please do. There's the link for it. And drop a comment and let me know what you think. Appreciate it. Justice for Idaho 4. Something, right, Marzell? Thank you for coming in. Something, right? Something more than what was. That's for damn sure. And thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you so much. We'll be getting into some of the PCA. We'll be getting into some of the university power. But we're going to be focusing on the tips from FBI when it comes to the cell phone and the photo. We went into the cell phone stuff last night, so if you missed it, definitely check out last night's episode where we did cover. Just skip the part 2 of the deep dive and go right into the other stuff.
I usually go to Idaho a lot, like for Dutch Bros or Target. So like knowing it was just like right down the road, like 10 minutes, that I go there like once or twice a week, it like made me like less willing to go out there. Like I would have to like go out there with somebody. I think he like actually lives really close to my apartment, so that even felt like even more scary.
Yeah, that's really scary when an accused mass murderer lives close to your apartment, the man that everyone was looking for. Well, now he's in custody, and today the search warrant and the probable cause affidavit attached to that search warrant and the items seized from his apartment was unsealed. Unsealed. So I want to go through these pieces of evidence with my experts. Let me bring in my guests. Joining me tonight in Columbia, South Carolina, retired medical examiner, forensic pathologist, former law enforcement officer, Dr. Michelle Dupree. We're just connecting up with her in just a second. In Oceanside, New York, Professor Emeritus of Forensic Science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. Great to have you both here. Dr. Dupree will be with us in just a second. Let me begin with the first 3 items on the list. You've got 1 nitrite-type black glove, 1 Walmart receipt with 1 Dickies tag, 2 Marshall's receipts, and then I want to remind everyone what's in this probable cause affidavit. As Chanley reported to us, the King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast-off bloodstain pattern resulting from blood drops released from an object due to its motion, which, based on my training, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to the defendant's person, clothing or shoes. Also, the detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom located on the 2nd floor. All right, Dr. Kobylinski, let's begin with that black glove. This, again, is not found at the scene, but is found, and Dr. Dupree is with us. Great to see you. And this is not found at the scene, Dr. K, but it's found at the apartment of the suspect. What could possibly be on that black nitrate glove, and how difficult would it be to get evidence from it? I'm not hearing Dr. K. Is he muted? Are we muted? We're checking on that. 1 second.
back?
He's back. We got you.
Okay, I'm back. I think that the glove is not a nitrite glove. It's a nitrile glove. And its significance is not really clear. There may very well be some evidence on it. It'll be chemically tested. It'll be looked at with all kinds of different lighting systems to see if there are anything obvious, any stains, any kind of chemicals. I'm really not sure that it's that crucial a piece of evidence, to be honest with you. Although we know that the
Appreciate
killer was
you all.
wearing gloves at the time that this was done. But there's nothing to compare, though, because we do not have the evidence from the crime scene.
Jason Jensen, Walmart receipt, 2 Marshall's receipts, perhaps for clothing. We know he was clad in black that night. Might be able to put 2 and 2 together here.
Right. If he purchased these clothes in order to commit a crime, they're hoping that they can go back to these particular stores, see any surveillance footage to see exactly what he bought. If it's all black attire, it's kind of self-explanatory. He wanted to be able to move in the dark of night.
And we know that Dylan, the witness, saw the killer clad in black. All right, let's get to some more of these items that were seized from the apartment. A dust container from a Bissell Power Force vacuum, 8 possible hair strands, 1 Fire TV stick with a cord and plug, 1 possible animal hair strand, 3 more possible hair strands. Don't forget that Murphy, Kaylee's dog, was in the room when police responded to the house on Sunday around noon. We've got there you see Murphy in the background there. So Murphy was at the scene. Dr. Michelle Dupree, let's start with the human hair. What are your thoughts about it looks like 11 possible strands of hair. What can be done with that?
Those actual hair strands can be checked for DNA and checked against the victim as well as the alleged suspect.
And is it definitive? You have a hair strand. That's it. That's
This
all
is
you
ridiculous. This is just reaching because Vinny's a prosecutor. He knows the difference. He knows what the hell's definitive. I appreciate you guys for real. He knows what the hell. He's a freaking prosecutor, man. You're just reaching for shit at this point. Like, you're asking softball fucking questions to make it seem like it's something more than it isn't. That's why I'm saying it's the people who read or don't read the damn documents, and then that's where the stories come out. Now, Michelle Dupree, she's amazing. She's amazing. I'm going to play a short clip after this before we do get into other stuff, because with the shit that's... We're going to listen to a little bit of CC Moore. It's been a long time since we checked out this part. What's up, Oh Snap? Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. I'm going to show you some real fucking talk when it comes to this blood and this DNA shit. He just reaching at this point.
If you have the end of the hair strand, you may test that for DNA, and that would be definitive.
That's a softball question. I mean, come on. What's the
end?
It's much more difficult. You can test for likenesses and consistent.
Look at him, like
but
he's
it's not
got
necessarily
something.
definitive.
Yep, it's been confirmed.
Dr. K, what do you think about this animal hair?
It's been confirmed.
What can we do with that?
It could be very significant. You talk to any pet owner, and they will tell you that part of their pet is on their clothing. I look at my jacket right now. I probably have my cat's hair all over me. It clings, static electricity. There's a lot.
You know, there's a reason why CJ ain't on court TV, because I'd sit there right on camera and I'd be like, Vinny, Vinny, come on, man.
A lot of literature on DNA analysis.
I'll never be on court
domesticated
TV.
animals. People often want their animals,
But it'd be real.
To be proven to be, the right breed. Makes it worth a lot more. So, there's a lot of DNA work, and clearly, if you find a hair, dog hair, amongst that evidence that was just collected, and it matches DNA-wise the hair of Murphy. that puts him at the scene.
That devastating. I mean, could it come down to one dog hair for this jury? Amazing. All right, let me ask you, Jason Jensen, about this Fire Stick.
One dog
this
hair.
Fire TV stick with a cord
Amazing.
and plug. What type of information do you think they could garner there?
A Fire Stick will actually have apps for your TV that you're using, and sometimes you can have browser history on it, and you can also use it as a flash drive because it has 8 gigabytes of memory. So oftentimes if I'm in a pinch, I'll use any kind of device that has a USB port to transfer a file. So it's entirely possible that he hides
What's up, Sue?
specific files like photo images or something like that on the Fire Stick. So it's worth collecting, if nothing else, just to rule out the possibilities.
Dr. Michelle Dupree, your thoughts about the dust container from...
And that's what I was saying, like, when it comes to these documents. What's up, Sue? Everybody for hopping in. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's like I was saying, like, you just... There's so many possibilities. You should not be reading it. It's up to the people that are reading it to be responsible.
Specific files like photo images or something like that on the Fire Stick. So it's worth collecting, if nothing else, just to rule out.
Everything is worth collecting, even the words in the documents with the PA search. Even anything, even the quote, all the irregular stains, because what's a regular stain? I don't know. We saw 2 round and we saw a whole bunch of irregular. So what's an irregular stain? I don't know. But they're going to collect everything that they can. So it's up to the people like Vinny reading these documents and whatever kind of story or narrative that they want to spin. Now, you got people on there that are going to go, yes, Vinny. I mean, if you're going to ask me if a dog hair could mean the difference, I'm going to say, of course, it's a possibility. I mean, what the fuck do you want me to say? It definitely could be crucial. But at the same time, like Chanley said, you would think there'd be more than one, right? Why is Chanley not up on here? Because it's just a bunch of people that just want to, like, hit softballs with Vinny, and I don't understand it.
About the possibilities.
Dr. Michelle Dupree, your thoughts about the dust container from the vacuum at the suspect's apartment?
You know what I'm
This is
saying,
very
Marzel?
interesting because
Exactly.
There's something called low card
It
theory
don't
of
even shed.
exchange. And what that means is any person coming into the crime scene brings something with them from their home, their car, their yard, but they also take something with them when they leave that crime scene. And so analyzing that dust is going to give us possibly some trace evidence that can be linked back to the suspect, to his house, to his car, or whatever.
Dr. K, how difficult will it be to go through I've never seen this before, but a dust container from a vacuum?
Oh, it's hard. It's done under magnification. Sometimes microscopes have to be used. But yeah.
Sometimes? What? Sometimes? You're talking about a fucking filter, bro. Like, sometimes microscope. I would expect a whole bunch times.
Trace evidence is very important. And if they do find something that links.
Okay, unless there is an irregular reddish or brownish spot in the filter, then yes, of course. Then you don't need a fucking microscope for that. Sometimes, come on, bro.
Links to the crime scene. Again,
all the
you've got
time. What do you mean?
Very, very important evidence there. In fact, crime scene people actually use handheld vacuums to go through a scene to pick up trace evidence.
What's up, Crystal?
So here it's done already. He's left it for us.
Sometimes.
And I wonder if the car, I'm sure the car must have been cleaned out. And I wonder if he used this for the car, for his room afterwards. All right, let's take a look at this one now. The computer tower.
Like I said, he had that Bissell on his back. And as soon as he's like, oh shit, I left I'm not worried about the sheath. Right? I'm not worried about the sheath. I need to worry about this footprint. Let me get my Ajax bottle that was confiscated in the apartment search. Get the Bissell power machine out. Clean it up real quick. Fuck the sheath. Let's go. That's exactly. I'm surprised Vinny didn't say that's what took place.
To me, that could be a
Yeah,
treasure trove.
Ghostbuster backpack.
The application for the search warrant, they were asking or looking for any images, digital or on paper, or of any other format which show Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, BF, one of the roommates, and/or DM, or the 1122 King Road house and/or surrounding neighborhood. They also were looking for data compilations, whether digital, electronic, showing an interest in or planning of murder, violent assault, stabbing, and/or cutting of people. Data compilations showing details of the crime scene house, its location, or information about any of the victims. Jason, again, this is another very significant potential source for information.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Nina?
Either before the crime or after the crime. It's good for both, because if he's interested in how to dispose of a body or something like that, like the Brian Walsh situation, that could be in part of his search memory.
That dude.
If he's had social media contacts with any of the victims, which we know in recent reportings that there's supposedly some kind of contact that he had with one of the victims multiple times sliding into the DM is what they keep saying. So if he's had any contacts with the victims, if he's searching for himself afterwards, like he's obsessed, any new news about the killer, it's all circumstantial, suggesting that he's got something to be concerned over.
Absolutely. We're just about out of time, but Dr. K, the dark red spot, the two cuttings from the pillow, the mattress cover packaged separately with multiple stains. How would the blood of the victims potentially end up in his apartment?
Well, he may have transferred.
Hey, I'm surprised that wasn't the statement on the PCA. Bushy eyebrows and a Bissell backpack. I mean, thank you for the sub, Georgia Freckles. I'm just saying. Bushy eyebrows and a Bissell backpack. Yeah. With the hoe, you got the backpack, you got the Bissell power machine on your back, right? The hose is sticking up right behind you, and you just pull the wand out like a Ghostbuster backpack, and you just flip it right over your shoulder. You spray a little bit of the Ajax Resolve carpet cleaner, and then you just I'm just saying. I'm surprised that wasn't part of the description. Bushy eyes and a bristle backpack.
Blood from his body or his clothing.
Like for real. How does a footprint that's part of the crime scene, a latent footprint, how do you not see the footprint as you enter the crime scene? How do you not see the footprint until you come in squirting your shit and flipping on your light, and all of a sudden it's like, hey guys, we got a footprint. It's a Vans. So that's why I'm saying bushy eyebrow with a Bissell backpack. Just had to have. You're that worried about covering your tracks inside the crime scene, and you're so effective where they don't even know how you left, or even how you entered for that matter. But damn, you drove all over Moscow and Pullman, and you didn't take the route that literally took me like a minute of looking at the map to go, you know what? I bet that is probably the best route. I don't get it.
Or somehow into his apartment, and maybe got onto his pillow and his mattress cover. It's really hard to say, but the main thing is it's very simple to test and determine whose blood it is, if it's blood.
And again,
and if that links to a victim, that's you're home free.
It's game over. That's game over. So they've got chances with the potential for.
That's a good question, Miley, because I wondered that myself when we were going through it. It went from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yada yada, and then all of a sudden switched to letters. I think it was because of the documentation and how the evidence needed to be jotted down on those certain documents, because it was stated on one. Let me look at it again. Hold on. Let's look at it again. It is a good question. Then I'm going to show the video of the apartment search before we continue on with the show. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll be on for another couple hours. All right, so you got them numbered here. But up here is where it changes. C, B, and then A, ultimately. Then you got A. So chemical tests. Marker. Marker or identifier. That's the evidence collection. So evidence collection log, and then it switched to preemptive chemical tests for blood. So that's why I suppose they changed to alphabetic. I appreciate you guys' thoughts and theories in chat. I enjoy reading them too as we're going through the show. Who you gonna call? Bushy-eyed bristle backpack. Right? Bushy-eyed bristle backpack. You could get a chant going with that. Bushy-eyed bristle backpack. All right, so we're gonna share some of the body cam. This is the body cam footage of what was released as a full video of the apartment search. So here's the link to this. This is from Inside Edition. So there's the link for that if you'd like to keep it for yourself. What's up, Miss Jellybean68? Thank you for the sub. And who you gonna call? Bushy-eyed bristle backpack. Yeah, I love your questions. Thank you. I'm telling you, I should have been in like marketing for a business or something, because shit just comes. T-shirt line coming out before Christmas, everybody. Oh yeah, T-shirt line coming soon. It's gonna be cool. For each month, there's gonna be a special T-shirt, and then at the end of the year, then we can sell them all. But each T-shirt will be one for a month, and then there will be certain T-shirts you can purchase anytime. But there will be a special T-shirt for each month. And then at the end of the year, in December, you'll have an opportunity to get all of them. So they're going to be exclusive throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, you can have an option to get one. But we will have other shirts as well. And I can't wait, because the mod hoodies, the CJ's Angels hoodies, are coming. It's not quite there, but it's coming soon. Trust me. It is so close. So I'm excited to be able to send out my mods the CJ's Angels hoodies with the wings on the back and your all name on the front. Thank you so much for your hard work. I know I'm excited too, Brandywine. I'm so excited. You all get your angel hoodie with the wings on the back and your name on the front. Oh, I can't wait. Thank you to my mods. I appreciate you so much. You do so much work for the show and the community. It's just something special that I want to do for you. Okay, so this is the inside edition of the Washington State University body cam for the BK apartment search, and then we're going to go into a little bit of CC more.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
What's up, typically?
Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Good. One more.
Nobody's there.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Nobody's there.
Open the door and do an announcement.
You know what? My bad. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this banner for a second, and I'm going to blow this thing up full screen for you, just so you have the best picture possible. Give me 1 second. Let me get rid of this, and then you can have the actual full screen of it.
Go.
And here's the link again for the video if you want it for yourself.
Yeah. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Good. One more. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Open the door and do an announcement. Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself.
What's up, Storm Dancer?
Flashlight.
Oh, shit. This is the full video of the search warrant for BK's apartment G201. We started off with reading some of the 166 pages. We'll go into more of it in a future episode, but as we're transitioning to the next topic of the show, we're kind of ending the discussion about this. And this is just to show, you know, this is what's been released, the full video of the search. Now, obviously, it's not going to show nothing, really, because remember, it goes fuzzy and green and all sorts of stuff. But I wanted to share it with you guys anyway. Now it's muted.
Talbot. The bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it. Yeah. You're at 302. You can clear the air.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good. Okay. He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he's been arrested. Everybody, this is 12:30. This is 12:30, 2022. Brian was already apprehended. Koberger was already apprehended. They didn't put the PCA out They didn't release the PCA to the public until the 5th. But he was already arrested at this time. So they knew he was in PA. They were already collecting the trash in PA before this took place. They arrested him in PA. So it's a, I mean, shout out Truth and Transparency. You saw probably some of the people who were involved in this search were probably part of the Kopaka shit. Because there were WSU campus officers that were part of that SWAT for the Kopaka situation. I wouldn't be surprised. He's already arrested.
Huh?
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on.
Now, we're going to go through this again because you can kind of hear that they're about to talk about something that they don't want on camera. What's up, Silky? They're about to talk about something they don't want on camera, and you can kind of, you'll notice it.
I'll talk later. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk later.
And I'm still recording.
Yeah, I'm still recording. Watch his hand movement.
It's
too.
locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
And I'm going to rewind it some, and I'm going to put the closed captioning up on there too. Silky, I sent you an invite. If you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
He's got it. Thank you, guys. Huh?
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. I'm just gonna read the warrant. Well, I'll go inside.
Yeah.
Because we got pranked.
Biggest thing that they know what's the scope of it.
Okay. Do they want a copy of it?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the
Yep.
We're just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. We can turn them all on. You want a copy of the warrant just so you can read it?
Thank you so much.
We'll go through it again, typically. What's up, Silky?
Hey, CJ.
Very smart. Fancy computer. Yes.
That's now he's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he's packaged, he can't do anything until he can work Idaho course.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah. The technical specialist is on this.
This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough with video and then pictures. So whenever you want to go ahead. So I'll just fall behind. And then...
Right? Triage.
Holy crap, that's long.
Let you have that back, or else I will steal it.
And I get to do it again. Appreciate your help.
Anytime.
Monday at 3:32.
Sounds good. I unfortunately get to work whenever they tell me to work. That weather could cooperate a little bit more.
Oh, LT-ish. Drive up today. Uploading the standard, but now I'm going to do all the photographs and then I'll set up the 3D scanners.
Okay. I'm going to turn off my camera because.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and replay it. There's a lot of things that kind of stuck out, no? What's up, Silky? Thank you for hopping in.
Oh, my pleasure. I've been wanting to catch up on Idaho.
Yeah, Grizz, hop on up too, buddy. I sent you a link if you want to hop up. Yeah, the Grizz and Silky are two awesome creators that are OGs of the community, and I would love to have you guys on a lot more when we're talking about this stuff. We're going to be going into a lot of new stuff coming up in the next couple weeks. A lot of different topics, and I'd love to have your guys' skills up here on panel as well. And Yoli, if you're out there, Unravel, you're also more than welcome to hop up tonight if you'd like as well. So yeah, we're just going through this body cam now. We were talking about, we were reading documents, the 166 pages that has the list of the evidence collected, the tests, substance tests when it comes to bodily fluids. What's up, Sussin? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. And then, you know, it was a lot of things where, you know, it was like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff. Well, you know me, I got to add a little bit of comedy, so I was making fun of it a little bit. But when it comes to like some of these other people, it's like, you know, they're looking at this stuff like this was some damning information. Like, this is case over, you know? And you know, there was a lot of people that, you know, they kind of assume like basically like these documents are saying something, and it's not necessarily the documents. And that's one thing I wanted to try and show as we were kind of going through what was collected when it came to the residents. I wanted to kind of add a little comedic spin to it to show really how irrelevant it also could be, because I was about to show Vinny and how he just wanted to like slam dunk the frickin' topic. And the message was deep down was that it's not the documents or the LE themselves, because they really should collect as much information as they should, even too much. Too much is a good thing, and I feel they were doing the job. It's up to the people that are reading the documents. That is where the responsibility lies on a journalist side, because when we are in the position that we are in to have a channel, to be behind a microphone or a camera, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we're reporting in a truthful, ethical way as well. And
absolutely,
you know, I just wanted to show like this, it's not what's in the documents, it's the people that read or don't read them and then put out what they're putting out is where a lot of that stuff's coming from. So I'm looking at what was seized, and yes, it's a lot of weird words. Irregular stain. There was so many irregular stains, it had me wondering what's a regular stain. Do you know, Silky? Do you know what a regular stain is?
I really don't.
I don't either. I don't either.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's constantly. By the way, if you're just joining and you would like to have the document that we read tonight, we will be going into it more in the future. this is an Idaho4 document drop that I have set up for everybody that's part of the community. All you have to do is go to that last document that we dropped in there, and you'll be able to have that for yourself, and you'll be able to read everything on your own as well. If there's anything that sticks out to you, like I said, it's not going to be the only show that we talk about it. If anything sticks out to you, definitely let me know and we will discuss it. Just tell me what page it's on and what the topic of it is, or the specific part of it, and just DM me on either of these, and we'll go ahead and discuss it in a future episode. Now, kind of showing the body cam, it was 6 minutes. It did kind of get fuzzy here and there, the lighting and this and that, but shout out Truth and Transparency. We're watching her show, and thank you, shout out to the community for showing so much love over there while I was over there supporting as well. She was going through the Kopaka body cams, and some of the WSU campus police are part of that SWAT team. And so as we're kind of talking about the apartment search, and it's from the WSU campus, so it makes, it's kind of obvious. I'm sure some of the people that did the searches were part of the SWAT team for the Kopaka incident. Now, if you were hanging out in Truth and Transparency show, shout out again, does an amazing job, amazing work. And we were watching the way that they were reacting in that body cam, such a sad situation too. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely go to Truth and Transparency. And it's the episode from today is part 2, and the first one is Friday. And we'll kind of be going through those in a future show coming up over here, just to highlight it some more. But definitely go show some love and give the views over to her videos. And like I said, we will cover it later.
I am so far behind on Idaho, CJ, because I've been up to my armpits in Delphi.
Yeah.
Like I've got to watch your channel more often, because I see so many things, and it's not that I haven't been keeping up to some degree, but like there's a lot of things.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's just a rabbit hole that I don't need to go down or what.
Well, like just hang out up on panel if you have questions, because I know your skills and your sleuthing. You're going to have questions. Ask your questions. We all have it in our heads, and we're going to be going through stuff as we're going to be talking about different things as well. So it ain't going to take long if you want to hang out on panel as much as you want. And, with your questions while we're doing this, I'm sure it ain't going to take very long at all for you to get caught up. And if there's any kind of like things that you would like to learn more about, ask any of the community, and I'm sure we will supply whatever kind of documentation or send you to the route you need to go for the documentation, or even the videos that discuss it and things like that. So I think, though, when it comes to your skills, though, Silky, with how you cover these cases as well, I think just asking questions, you're gonna be like, oh, okay.
I'll be representing the
Yeah.
dumb ones. Like, okay, I'm representing y'all who don't know squat about what's going on right now.
It's all good. It's all about community and doing it together. Because, like I said, when you're a transformer, you can take on anything, and that's the point of doing it together as a community in a peaceful and respectful way, is not only reminding and being reminded about doing it in a respectful way for the victims' families and communities, but also doing it together as a collective force, because then the only thing that's going to happen is justice and truth, because it's going to be so strong that there's not going to be any other choice. It's just how it is, because with the way that we can expose and get into things that other quote journalists are not able to do because of boardrooms, it's a different kind of level, and there's a different kind of pressure. And I think with that kind of pressure together, it will make changes. It will. and it's about just doing it
absolutely.
together. But we have to do it together.
I wish that I had, which I haven't built it like you have, CJ. You did it the right way, and I didn't even go live till summertime, and I did not build a community like you have. I'm very envious because I know, like from your Discord, I know how great these people are, and it's so important. Like you can't do it as efficiently without that community support.
It's definitely the atmosphere, because without people being able to feel comfortable and being able to express how they feel in a respectful way, then there when we explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions in a respectful way, in any kind of capacity, you're just trying to get to truth, and that's what we're doing. And it does take everybody. It takes the people that are able to be finally comfortable enough to even type in chat. I was one of those people that started off watching YouTube shows. I didn't even type in chat or say hi to nothing, because I would see the ridicule that some people would get. And so whenever I made my show last year, a year ago, really, I made my show a year ago. That's when it's like, you know what? I've seen all of these different things that I'm not going to either allow to happen in my community, or I'm not even gonna give an opportunity for it to even be allowable. And so those things are very important. So I know a lot of people, if they get booted from the channel, it's always, no, there's always a reason, and number one, it's about the community's comfort. It's about the community's safety, because when I started this channel, and I even said this in Harsh's show earlier when he was talking about mental health awareness episodes, I even mentioned it in there, and you even know this, Silky. The reason I started my show was because of the COVID lockdown for over 2 years. I was by myself. I literally had nobody to talk to, and watching YouTube wasn't working anymore, even though I was still going to work. I literally was only able to talk to one other person while I was at work, so my communication was pretty much on a phone. And it got to a point with the depression where it was like, man, I need to do something. I cannot continue to be isolated, because it's not, I knew that it wasn't healthy. And so I decided to make a YouTube show, and it was because of the people's comfort being able to type in chat, being able to feel like they could have a voice, which then allowed me to have that company in the conversation. And so that's why it's always been important for me for day one, when it comes to people's comfort in the community and being able to feel like they have a voice, is because those things right there is what helped me become so healed inside the soul, that I'm able to do what I do now. And so it's always important. From day one, it's been about the community and the comfort. And so
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I just said. I just got off of members only, and that's what I told them. Like it's so good. Like you don't know what you mean to me, you people, and you, CJ. Like, and let me just say real quick to Velvet Underground.
Yeah, thank
There's
you.
no words there. Velvet, like you're awesome. You're awesome. I couldn't do half of what I do without you. But you too. Hey, Grizz.
What's up, Grizz?
But I couldn't there is no. I really have made a policy now because of things going on in Delphi. My policy is
what the hell?
I missed
What's up, man?
I'm not gonna go live with anybody. I would say I would go live with Grizz though. I would absolutely go live with Grizz. But
All right,
I'm
damn.
not doing.
There I go. My bad. I hear echo. What the?
Oh, you're
You're good, man.
But yeah, like I'm
sorry, man. Let me come back in. I got to get out and come back in. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
I apologize.
No,
Sorry.
Dirty. I'm not having an open panel. This will just be panels of a couple of the team members here.
You know,
We'll
CJ.
probably be having some in the future, though. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, it's your show. You know me. I have
Go.
my ADD. I just blurt. I'm a blurter.
Notebooks. Look, notes. It's not just one page. Look. It's
Oh
not
my
just one
gosh.
page. Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm telling you, you're coming in at the right time, Silky. You might as well just start hanging out now, because
I want to, because I need a break from Delphi. I mean, I'll still cover the major stuff, but yeah, like I trust nobody, CJ, but you. I just don't. And I'm not gonna have anybody else on panel with me for the foreseeable future. Like I said, I'd have Grizz on, but it's because, well, you know how treacherous it is, but I trust you. I know you're a good guy, and I know your subscribers know that. But if any of my subscribers don't know that, let me tell you something.
What's up, Melissa?
A great guy right here.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I appreciate that. Oh, here's Grizz again. Thank you for the kind words, Silky.
No, I mean
Are
it.
you there, buddy?
All right. That's better.
You good?
There he
All right.
is.
Yes.
We're good. This is the man that makes my intros,
Hello.
everybody. So definitely sub to Grizz. This is Silky Southern Tea. She does great work too, and both of them are amazing sleuthers. You guys deserve an Evil CJ Super Sleuther T-shirt.
Super sleuther.
Yeah,
That's Grizz. We're super sleuthers. I'm trying to get in
I'm
that.
for real.
Oh.
I'm for real. Like, that's gonna be one of the T-shirts. You guys are gonna get Super Sleuther T-shirt.
Is it gonna have like the Superman logo on it? Like
No, it's not gonna be because you can get in trouble for copyright.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
gonna have my own SS logo. Okay, you're gonna be your own Super Sleuther team, all right? But you're gonna be a Super Sleuther, and you're gonna have Evil CJ on it. So I'm telling you, I'm having a T-shirt line starting around Christmas. I'm gonna be having a T-shirt line coming out. I'm not playing. It's something that I've been talking about for like 8 months now, and it's finally like it's right there. The heat is about to be pressed. So yes, it's no long. I'm gonna have my own T-shirt line.
I can't wait.
Yeah. All right. So I appreciate you guys hopping up. Yoli, if you're out there on Ravel, you two are more than welcome to hop up too. I know it's a Sunday night. So, and we will be back tomorrow night as well. So this is the body cam from the apartment search. Definitely, if anybody in chat would like the link to the Discord Idaho4 document drop so you can get these documents for yourself, or any of the other documents that do get dropped, we do put those in the Idaho4 document drop, so you will always get a notification, so you don't have to be the one looking to find out if there's a new document. You'll always get a notification if you just click on that link, and then you can go right to it. All right, so this is the body cam apartment search. Brian Koberger, his Steptoe, Pullman, Washington apartment. Okay, now this is part of where we would take off and return in the PCA route. This is the exact apartment, G201. And so this time we're going to kind of listen to it one more time. If there's any kind of verbiage that sticks out to you, anything that sounds odd, let me know or say something in chat, and we'll make a timestamp, and then we'll kind of go through this video with a fine-tooth comb after we watch it one more time. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. If you guys could do that as well, as we just watch it one time through, and then if something pops out or you notice something, go ahead and jot it down. We'll get into it. after we watch this. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Please hit the like. It's the freeway. And I'm going to drop the links for Silky and Grizz. Definitely go sub to them if you're not. Appreciate you.
Go. Yeah.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Good.
One more.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Open the door and do an announcement.
Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself.
He stutters. What's up? Thank you so much, Truth and Transparency. We love you too. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and your support. The tender voice. Aw, thank you so much. Appreciate you. He's just stuttered. All right, we're at
Talbot.
130, 135.
Bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
Yeah.
You're at 302. You can clear the air.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good. He's got it. Thank you, guys. Huh?
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on.
Later today, we're gonna.
I'll talk later. Yeah.
Mm.
And I'm still.
Thanks, guys.
I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. I'm just gonna read the warning. Well, I'll go inside.
Yeah.
So we've got pranks.
Biggest thing that they can know is the scope of it.
Okay. Do they want a copy of it?
Aw,
Yep.
thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. And we can turn them all on. You want a copy of the warrant just so you can read it?
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hands in pockets, walking around.
Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That I wasn't expecting. That's now he's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he gets the package, he can't do anything until he get a warrant in Idaho4.
Correct.
So he can triage all that we're still here.
Yeah.
This is some big time shit, y'all.
Yeah. The technical specialist is authorized.
I didn't expect that fancy computer.
Just digital. This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough with video and then pictures. So whenever you want to go in, so I'll just fall behind.
Aw, Dre, thank you so much for the trophy kitty. Thank you so much, Dre. Thank you so much for your support.
Holy crap, it's longer.
Let you have that back, or else
gloves, I will steal it. And I get to do it again.
I have some, but they're all black. They don't look cheesy like that.
Appreciate your help. Anytime. Monday at 3:32. Okay. Sounds good.
Like he just opened a can of root beer or something. What the fuck?
Too bad the weather couldn't cooperate a little bit more.
Well, at least it's melting-ish. The drive up today was not fun. There may have been a lot of expletives there.
Melty-ish? No, thank you, Dre. Thank you, Truth and Transparency. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you so much.
Okay. I'm going to turn off my camera because...
Oh, whoops. We're not watching anything about a ref. Oh, my gosh. You know what really... We're going to break that down now here for... Right, Sussin? Thank goodness for body cams. And seriously, thank you all. I don't just say it. I mean it when it comes to your support. I am the only source of income that comes into this household. This is a 24/7 operation for me. And literally, I do work as soon as the show's over. I'm literally working until I'm sleeping. And when I'm waking up, I'm working. I don't even have time for personal shit, but it's because I want to do the work so hard, because you guys push me and support me, and you give me that fuel inside my soul to do these things, to go to these places and have the opportunity. So whether you're somebody that just hangs out and you're a viewer, whether you're comfortable enough to type or even support financially, I appreciate every single bit of it. Every support means everything. Couple things stuck out to me on that one. The dude was like, they talked about a fancy computer, and then he was like, man, I didn't expect that. Like, what is it? He's a student. Why wouldn't a student have a fancy computer?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I would assume that you would want a good computer or have the, I'm sure you can get one from the school at a discount, because usually with colleges nowadays, you can get a deal on them because they can get them at bulk.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a computer that's geared specifically towards schooling, and I'm sure it would be fancy. Hell, there'd be friends of mine that were students that were paying half the price for laptops that I had when I just went to Best Buy. I'm like, damn, so I don't know why that would be such a surprise. I think I think it was a show of like, we're big time, we're small town, but we're big time, and we need to kind of show off for this because we know it's being recorded. When it comes to you saying, yeah, we'll talk about it later because we're being recorded, I'm surprised you wouldn't be technical enough with your team where you would have a certain hand signal that wouldn't even be on the body cam, that would signal to somebody like, yo, we're not, so those are a couple things that stuck out to me. And why would you already have the keys. The person's already been apprehended. You already know that they've been collecting trash from, the dude arrived in the middle of December. This is December 30th when this search took place. I don't understand why you're walking up trying to make a spectacle like somebody's in the frickin' apartment, because he did live alone. They knew that. And then why are you like saying you don't need to pound down the door when you knew you had the keys? You already had WSU go in there before to take the keys. the keys that belong to WSU. So I don't know.
Yeah, to me,
You're
it
making
makes
a spectacle out of it.
right. You look more sketch saying, "Oh, we'll say this later. We're being recorded." Like, what are you gonna say? What? I don't know. To me, that's more sketch.
You wouldn't have some kind of hand signal or something,
Exactly.
you know, like where, you know, your body cam's right here on your chest. You could literally have a hand signal like.
Yeah.
So he didn't have a roommate?
No, he lived by himself.
Oh wow! I was just wondering why his bedroom door was locked.
I don't know. I lock when I go on my trips. I lock certain rooms. You know, even though I have my
I've never
surveillance
done
and
that.
stuff. Yeah, even though I have my surveillance and stuff, I still lock certain rooms and such. So I don't think it's anything out of the. I mean, how you look at the search with the closet. That's where you're like finding you know, it's a closet and you're just finding a Walmart receipt for a Dickies bag, and different receipts and items and things. What's up, Root? And really, and it's like, well, he must not even use the closet then, because maybe that was something that was just stuff was thrown in there getting ready for the trip, because he was going from Pullman, Washington, and then a roundabout way, which took over 40 hours to get to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That's a long drive, over 40 some hours. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you're just finding a couple items, you know, who says the Dickies stuff wasn't an outfit that he was wearing for the trip or something. You know, you're driving that long. I don't know. I don't wear Dickies shit, so who knows? Maybe it was
Right.
like an outfit for something that I don't know. Those apartments. What about the apartments? What's up, American Princess? Thank you for hopping in. Can I go over the what? All right, so I'm going to play this again here.
Go.
And this is crazy. The dude, I don't know, maybe they didn't practice this too much, because it sounds to me like, you know, like when you're in a situation where you're uncomfortable and it kind of hits your throat, it kind of sounded like that happened to him right away. Where he kind of like skips.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
What's up, Echo?
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Good. One more.
You already know he's not there.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Open the door and do an announcement.
So this the younger sounding guy, the guy that is wearing the body cam, sounds like he's like some kind of leader of the group or something. He's pretty much telling this guy what to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
Police
like
department. Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
Okay. All right. So it sounded like you can hear keys, and then it sounds like he opens the door, and maybe that's why he gets a little shell shocked for a second in the throat, is because maybe he's not sure what he's opening the door up to.
We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep.
Announcement.
Hear the keys.
Yeah.
Keys. Sounds like he's turning a doorknob.
Police department.
Door. Yep.
Show
You can see the lighting on the door change there. So he opens the door.
yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep.
No lights. No lights. Flashlight.
You're good, dude. Okay, so now this is them outside.
Talbot. The bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
All right, he said what? The bedroom door is locked, like you said?
Bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
The bedroom door's locked what?
You want me to boot it?
Oh.
Sound like you said you want me to boot the bedroom door, like kick it open or something.
Talbot. The bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
All right, okay. You want us to boot it? Yeah. All right, so so you have somebody here. The person wearing the body cam is instructing the people that he's with in front of the actual door on what to do, and then this guy that's wearing the body cam is asking for permission from somebody else that's standing outside the stairwell. Yeah, to boot it. So now they didn't boot it, so now they're asking if they should, and they say yeah.
302, you can clear the air.
Okay, so they must have did that, and then again he's standing facing the stairs. So that's where the body cam goes from them booting the door, searching the room, and then coming back to here.
You need anything? Your clipboard?
No, I'm good. He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so here, let me let me mute my music real quick. Let me shut that off for a second. Let's see here. See, what are they saying here?
Got it. Thank you, guys. Huh?
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet.
Oh, okay. So so they had a key to the bedroom door too. So it wasn't some kind of extra lock that was installed. It was a lock that was originally with the room, and I guess the landlord must have where'd Grizz go? I guess the landlord must have had the key for all the other locks inside the property, which, okay, if you lock your bedroom door and it's just a regular lock, I don't see what's so special about that. They said the lock worked. So when it came to the lock working, it was actually about the bedroom door that they didn't have to boot in.
I guess maybe, if they're thinking that he's a monster, you don't know. Somebody who's done this big crime, you may not know who or what else may be in that apartment. You don't know what you're going to find.
That's true. You don't know if there's a pet or something like that, but damn, I mean, they kind of, if there's a pet after the second knock, I'm sure you would hear something, or even another person. But, like, who knows? Maybe they were freaked out or whatever, but they made a pretty loud scene at this apartment complex, kind of like they did at the Kopaka situation, the standoff situation. They just made a huge scene, and it was like, what for,
I think because police, a lot of times, they start that authority from the time, because, honestly, I have my whole thing. I work with law enforcement, but, I know they're not all good. Not the ones I work with. I'm not talking, but, in general. Mm-hmm. But I think sometimes, because it's such a dangerous job, they go in, with that authority, taking people by surprise. If there was anybody in there, they may have wanted to just, go in there and assert authority from the very beginning.
Hmm. Interesting. The apartment has 2 rooms, huh? Hmm. That's interesting. All right. So this is saying that we didn't boot it because we had a key.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Later today, we're gonna what? As he's saying, I'll talk later. We'll talk later. Later today, something.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Later today, we're gonna what?
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What? It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
What?
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
We're gonna what? I still can't figure it out. Later today, we're gonna something it. Later today, we're gonna do this. Later today, we're gonna do this. No, not the I will talk later. That is the part that's driving me nuts because when he says that, it kind of blocks out what the other guy's saying. I'm more interested in what the other guy's saying. What the hell was that? Something it. I'm gonna play it. Do you guys have any idea, Silky Grizz? Any idea? Yeah, they had the search. This is December 30th. Yeah, I was letting everybody know that already. Brian was already apprehended at this time, so I don't understand why they. Like I said, big show. Yeah, I can't tell. I can't tell what it says. I wonder. Let me go at 0.75 with the sound up and see if that helps. Maybe.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Something with a T. It ends with something in a T. Something in a T. Something it.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Something it. Something with a T.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Just a bit. It.
And talk or something.
Gonna get it. What's up, Jay LeRae? Thank you for hopping in. I can't tell. Here, I'm gonna share this link with you guys in chat if you guys want to save it. This is at the timestamp 2 minutes and 20 seconds to 2 minutes and 27. Like, dig into it on your own overnight, and we'll go into it tomorrow night when it comes to this specific part, because I have a feeling I'm just going to play it. What's up, SJ Howard? I have a feeling I could just sit here and play it 50 more times and still not, it's hard telling. Let me play it a couple more. Does it help with it being slowed down, or should I go normal?
No, I think it helps with it slowed down.
Slowed down?
Well, to me, it does.
It's locked because there's only one on. I'll talk later. Yeah. It's locked because there's only one operator today. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Something a
It's
bit.
locked
I don't
'cause
know if
there's
he's
only one
saying talk a
operator
bit
today.
or something.
I'm thinking he's saying just a bit. What do you think?
It's definitely a bit. But I'm not sure if he's saying just or later today we're going to talk a bit or I don't know. Something
Well,
a bit.
this guy says, yeah, we'll talk later. So maybe I took him saying, yeah, we'll talk later as like a I don't know. Turn it down. 0.25. Oh, that'll like tear out your eardrums and like shatter your frickin' speakers in your earbuds. I'll go to 0.5 and we'll see how that sounds. Otherwise, it just sounds crazy. All right, let me try this. We'll see. Oh,
It's locked because there's only one operator today. I'll talk later. Yeah.
just a bit. I mean, this ain't too bad. It's 0.25 would probably be nails on a chalkboard. Just a bit. And he says, yeah, we'll talk later. So maybe he is, but why? Okay. But so if this other guy's saying, yeah, we'll talk in just a bit. And then he's like, yeah, we'll talk later. Why would he feel the need to cut him off to say that it's being recorded?
Maybe he didn't want him to say something, when they're saying we'll talk in a bit or we'll talk later. Because,
Right.
like, in other words, don't say anything right now.
Right. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Let me see.
Huh? Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What? It's locked because there's only one operator today. I'll talk later. Yeah.
Okay, and we'll see. Okay, so he says later today. Then you hear the other guy that's wearing the body cam say, we'll talk in a bit. So he cuts him off like he's going to say, later today, I'm going to say something that might get us in trouble. Hey, we'll talk later. Yeah, we'll talk in just a bit. He cuts him off from saying something. And then I think when we hear the guy that's not wearing the body cam, we hear just a bit. I think that's his quick response to going, oh shit. Yeah, we'll talk in just a bit. But it sounds like the guy wearing the body cam said what he said because he was really cutting him off about what the guy was going to say later in a little bit. What's up, Nothing Half-Assed? Thank you for hopping in. Like he knew he was going to say something. So later today.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if it was, were they looking at something? Like, did they notice something?
That was after they first went in the beginning of the body cam. They first went in and then they entered the apartment. They came back out and then got permission to boot the bedroom door, which was the only door that was locked. They got permission to boot it down if they needed to. They were able to use a key that worked. And then what we're seeing now is them coming back out from searching the bedroom. And then they mentioned that the key worked. They didn't have to boot the door down. Then the guy that's not on body cam says, hey, later on, Yeah, we'll talk later.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what it seems like they were all in the same mindset, you know. You know how you work with someone enough that you don't have to use words. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You kind of
Yeah,
it
you know what each other are thinking and feeling exactly.
yeah, so it makes me wonder, was there something that they were looking at? Like was there something unusual and they're like, you know, I already know what you're going to say. We'll talk in a bit or you know, or talk later or maybe somebody who was there, you know, vibes. I don't know, but it sounds to
Is
me
that
like they had an understanding.
Don Daniels' voice? Because I know Don Daniels was the one that wrote all the documentation for the search. Is that Don Daniels' voice we're hearing then? Yeah, he probably gave him the look of shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, we'll talk, or she, I guess, if it's a, I'm not sure. But yeah, like, of course, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm surprised they even had to say that because your body cam's on your chest pointing forward. You could literally be putting up a hand signal like this. That means that was her. Okay. You could be literally putting up a hand signal like this, you know, which the body cam is not going to see it. And it could be like, you know, no.
Yeah, unless you know them well enough, then you know you can just give them that look.
Yeah. Well, there's somebody standing outside the stairs too. I don't know who. So who was standing outside the stairs then? Because I thought the ultimate decision was Dawn's when it came to that, and she was out there, not actually inside the apartment or whatever. But yeah, I remember about the storage unit. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it says right in the documentation that listen, there's apartment buildings. We all know this. I lived in one in Chicago. There's apartment buildings that have storage units that are located in different apartment buildings. They're all located in a central building in this basement that's usually typically with the laundry or a building that's close to a laundry, all centrally located into an apartment complex. And I didn't even have a closet. I had a freaking locker. It wasn't even closed off. Like you could literally see through it. So if you're coming to somebody's residence, and number one, there's no lock on it, and number two, the door is slightly ajar. I really highly doubt they use it. And if they do use it, I doubt they give a shit about anything that's in that locker. Because if you're going to put something in that locker and expect it not to be missing without a lock, you're a fucking fool.
Yeah.
So I don't even think they used it. So when it came to that locker, I think it was just for clicks and views. You know, it wasn't. If you read the documentation and you put logic to it, what do you think that? Listen, let's be honest, people. Put logic to it. If you think the dude had anything to do with putting some shit from the crime scene in that locker and then left it unlocked in a jar, I mean, like for real. Like,
Yeah.
like, let's be honest. Like cobwebs, exactly, Kaleidohope. I mean, like, let's be honest. Yes, he was substance. No, give me a freak. That was about clicks and views. That's why it never even was a conversation over here because it's like there's other things that we can spend our time on instead of shit like that. All right, so this is that part where they just got done searching the bedroom door. I'm going to go ahead and speed it back up to 0.75 just to keep it at a little slower, not full speed, and we'll see what else is going on through this here.
And I'm still recording.
I'm still recording unless you don't want me to. Who are you asking that question?
Why would you stop recording?
Well, especially if you are just about to say that you have to read the warrant. And why are you reading a warrant after you already entered
Yeah.
it? property twice. Don't you usually read it like when you come in or what? Like
I
you're
would
gonna go search the property one time, find all these irregular spots and single hairs all over the place. I mean, we are human. And then you're gonna go back in there after you got permission to boot the door down if you needed to, and then you're going to read the search warrant. I don't know. Wouldn't you read the search warrant like before you open the door or as soon as you open the door and walk in? I don't know.
I would think you'd read it before. I don't know, but I mean, I'd think that would be a big oops. So, we didn't. Oh, by the way, guys, we weren't allowed to do that. Oopsie. You know, like, why wouldn't you know before you get in there?
Probably following the same clues as the storage locker, you know. They got lost on the way. All right. So he's going to say that they're going, or she, because I thought she was out there. She's actually standing here. She's going to say that they're going to read the warrant. And then this is where they make the comment about the flashy computer.
I'm just going to read the warrant. Well, I'll go inside.
Yeah.
So we got pranks.
Biggest thing that they know is the scope of it.
Okay. Do they want a copy of it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. We can turn them all on. If you want a copy of the warrant, just so you can read it.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hands in pockets, walking around.
No, they're not rubber gloves.
Oh,
They sure do look like it, though, don't they?
they really do.
They sure do. They sure do. No, those are probably like those. It's not like Teflon, but it's the heavy knit, tight knit. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't know how to explain it. Like a mesh, in a way, but it's a thicker. It's a durable mesh, I guess. A better way to put it. That's a
I don't know,
good
but
question.
why is it fingerless?
That's weird.
Right? Especially when you're handling evidence, right?
Exactly.
Hey, look at it this way though. They were halfway farther than some of the Moscow PD when they were collecting evidence because they didn't have anything on.
Oh yeah,
So
that's true.
they were halfway there. They were halfway there. Shout out to you, WSU.
Hey, they went through some extra training for that.
They put, hey, that's effort. Effort.
That's
counts,
right.
Okay, effort counts. Oh,
that's-
but they do look rubber. That's for sure. Sorry, you guys.
IGG on them.
Yeah, right. Hey, I got something else interesting to show you too. Remember, this date is 12/30/2022. When do you think they were looking for Koberger? Drop it in chat when you think they had Koberger. If you think they had a date, let me know.
Very sparse. Fancy computer. Yes.
That's now he's going to be all.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do
What the hell? There we go.
here. And once it's packed, you can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage while we're still here.
And then so he can triage while we're still here. Who the hell they talking about? What does that mean, Silky?
I have no idea when it comes to law enforcement. I mean, I know what triage means, you know, the most.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You, what's triage to you?
Do you know, Grizz?
What the triage?
Nope, I only heard that in like medical terms, like the
Medical terms,
hospital.
right?
I don't
Medical
know.
terms.
I don't know, like in law enforcement terms.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
us, it means the most critical. I mean, speaking for
Right.
patients, it's the most critical, life-threatening, you know, are seen first, and then you triage people, you know, okay, this is critical, but not as critical as
Critical.
that. And then these over
Right.
here, they're gonna live, you know.
Yeah, critical. Yeah, like on the like right now, you know.
Yeah.
So that's where I was confused when we heard this before we started going into it, was triage. So you guys, I'm seeing a lot of November dates. Please drop your dates. Do you think the date they had BK? And I'm gonna show you guys something after this. It's something we've showed a long time ago. Yeah, shout out Brandywine for dropping it. Appreciate you. We're gonna go into it next. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. If you know a date, drop the date in chat. Because yeah, you're gonna be like, what? Again, trust me.
Yeah.
I see a lot of November. Triage. So I'm gonna listen to that part again. I don't understand that.
Triage here.
The tree house.
That's Mallory's going to be all over that. So he was told.
That's gonna be all over that. What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fancy computer. What's up, party?
Mallory's going to be all over that. So he was told he could do a triage here.
Triage here. And then once packet, you can do anything.
So he can triage while we're still here.
So he can triage while we're still here. What the hell? Did somebody like get cut in his apartment searching? Did they shoot themselves in an artery? Like, what the hell?
I don't know what triage means in this.
And they can do it there. Like, what the?
It's just a flesh wound.
Sorry, guys, I shot myself in the artery. Like, what the hell? I slipped and fell in the shower. Like, what the hell?
You're gonna be okay. Sorry, my dog.
Sorry. Please
The
help
dog
me
is confused
understand.
too. Like, what the hell they mean? Yeah.
Please help me understand. Help me understand, because and then if it is like the triage it's got to be something different, yo. Please help me understand, everybody, because the way that I'm looking at, they're like calm as, yeah, that's a fancy computer. Oh my gosh, I never expected that. And then they're like, yeah, we could do triage here, like it's like you're talking Apple Jacks or Captain Crunch for breakfast in the morning. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I gotta look that up again.
It's got to be.
I gotta go look it up.
It's gotta be something.
I know. Like, yeah, me too, Grizz. Like, what the heck?
Like, that's doing something. Is there like a triage with is that a term for the computer? Like, we gotta save the computer, everybody. Make sure you got the cables in the right spots. We can't fire the on button until we're ready to go. Like, we don't want to burn up the motherboard. Like, what does that mean? Triage with the computer. I bet my neighbors are like, what the fuck is he talking about? Triage with a computer. Oh, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys in a minute when it comes to the date. I like seeing you guys type your dates, though. Please do.
Let's see.
What does it mean? That's what I don't get.
That's what I'm looking at.
Triage with a computer. Like, What's the thing where you gotta like, all right, clear it, guys. You know, you gotta do that shit with the computer board. All right, clear it. Beep.
Let's
Oh,
see.
it didn't work yet. Come on, keep pushing. Beep. You know, what the hell? Bring the stretcher. Come on, what is this?
Okay, there's a thing called cyber triage. Let's see. I don't know what
Clear. Beep.
Get the porn off the computer first before Mama sees it. I mean, that's the triage.
Oh shit.
And this is talking about like getting data off in one step.
So that's the all right. So they can triage that. I've never heard of that before in my life. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm sure it had, like I said, it had to be something else than like, you know, freaking scalpels and freaking stitches. You know, had to be something different. So okay, triage, electron. I just never heard that. Have you guys heard that term before?
I haven't heard it before, but I'm looking at some
I've
law
never heard it.
enforcement stuff. But
Yeah.
it does. What I'm saying does have to do
We
with.
like to have comedy here too, you know,
Yeah.
make fun of shit. Yeah. Have that comedy in this true crime shit. The computer needs CPR. Keep pushing. Oh shit. Okay, well it's nice. It's glad to clear this shit up and have a little comedy. All right. So they're talking about triage with the computer. Now from this day on, like I said, you learn something new every day. This is a moment of the more you should know. Triage does mean collecting data.
Yeah,
Thank
and that when it talks about law enforcement, yeah, it talks about getting the most important stuff off. It's talking about things that you would get off there first, and I don't really understand because I'm not a tech person, but it's collecting, analyzing, and that kind of stuff. And I guess I don't know, maybe if there's information that is on a I don't know what all might be on a timer, but remember how Snapchat used to be where, you know, it would disappear, you know? So I don't know, maybe there are some apps that do that. Other ones, I don't know. I'm not a criminal, CJ, but I can give CPR to a computer.
You just can't get the scalpels and the stitches. You know, that's some technical shit. You know, that's like you go practice with the game of Operation, you know. No. All right. Well, thank you for clearing that up. Thanks for looking it up. Thank you guys in chat. I appreciate it. We learn something new every show. It's the beautiful thing about it. I appreciate you guys. All right. Triage for the computer. So they're going to read the warrant.
Which they should have done first.
The technical specialist is authorized.
This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough video and then pictures. So.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Whenever you want to go ahead. So I'll just follow
Walk through video and pictures.
Whenever you want to go ahead. So I'll just follow behind.
Okay, so I'm confused. Did they enter the property, then see that the bedroom door was locked? Don't you normally videotape when you first enter? So why would you... What do you need to do? Go back and show what you took?
See, I would think, yeah, this just seems backwards. And I'm, you know, like I said, I'm medical, not law enforcement, but it seems to me that if you're going to try to prove that something was there when you would video when you first clear it, you know, and make sure that there's no danger, you know, nobody hiding in there with a gun or something like that. But I mean, you know, otherwise, wouldn't you video first thing? Because once you've gotten in there and
Yeah.
taken stuff out, how are you going to prove what was in there to
Well,
start with?
even for your own protection,
Right.
especially with all the frivolous lawsuits that happen, you would think, being in that profession, you would want that motherfucker recording to cover any kind of bullshit that might come your way, you know? So I would assume as soon as you're walking in, you don't want somebody to say that was tampered with. So you make sure that your shit's recording as soon as you go in to do what you're doing while you're doing what you're doing, because you want documentation of everything, whether it's documentation on a piece of paper or documentation on a video. So I
Exactly.
don't know. Maybe they're going in. I'm going to listen to this again. Maybe they're going in to then get footage after they took everything to show this is what the cameras showed when we first came in, and then when we left, this is what it looks like when we took the things that we state that we took, so we can show that we didn't take anything else beyond that.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Let me see what they say here.
This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough video and then
Okay.
pictures.
So he's actually just looking through the video and the
Whenever
picture.
you want to go in, so I'll just follow behind.
Whenever you want to go in. So so maybe they went in, got video and photo, then came back out because they realized after getting video and photo of the rest of the apartment, then realized the bedroom door was locked, came out, got permission to boot it if they needed to, went back in, got more video and photo after they got into the bedroom. Yeah, this is the Washington State Police, the campus. And then they came back out, so he's reviewing the footage, and then they're saying that they can go back in. He'll just follow behind them, so I'm assuming they're going to go back in again for another round. Maybe this is when they go in with the hair. I don't know. Why would you go in and come back out so many damn times? I don't. So this is the third time they're going to be entering into the property.
But they've got gloves on this time.
Well, they have gloves.
Oh no! Well, that one guy has the whole blue gloves. I don't know if he's going back in though.
Yeah, let's see here. This is Don Daniels' body cam. Don Daniels is the one that wrote the search warrant documents for this search. Washington State. It's Washington State University. It's the campus.
Okay.
And some of the Washington State University also are employed with the SWAT for Washington State and the local as well.
Holy crap, that's a lot heavy.
Let you have that back, or else I will steal it.
And I get to do it again.
And I get to do it again. Here's something about sealing something.
So I'll just fall behind.
Okay, so that's them coming back out, I assume, because you get that weird fuzzy, and then it's back to the stairs. Every time it seems like it's back to the stairs, it's like that's when they cut the camera back on from when they left the residence. So the guy that was standing next to him reviewing the footage is actually coming up from the van.
Holy crap.
Let you have that back, or else I wouldn't steal it.
And I get to.
Thought I'd let you have that back, otherwise I wouldn't seal it.
I don't know. I couldn't understand.
Or else I
I can't hear anything.
Holy crap.
let you have that back, or else I wouldn't steal it.
And I get to do it again.
And I get to do it again.
Appreciate your help.
Oh, maybe an evidence bag, because then once it's sealed, it's sealed. So he was. Oh, it had to be the search warrant papers. No, I don't know. They wouldn't like seal those up like that though, where you couldn't Oh, you guys want to know the date? Okay, hold on. I'll show you the date. Here. You guys were saying November. December 19th. This is from December 19th, 2022.
Yeah.
And it says right here, at this time, no suspect has been identified. December 19th. Let me zoom it in.
I remember
December 19th. No suspect. Ain't that nuts? Can't hear nothing, bro? Can't hear the video? Let me see here. It might be StreamYard. Can you hear it, Silky? Can you guys hear this?
I mean, I can't hear anything now, but I heard the video.
Can you hear them? Like when I play this, can you hear it?
I don't hear anything right now.
You can't hear it? Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Let you have that back, or else I wouldn't steal it.
And I get to do it again.
There you go.
Appreciate your help. Monday at 3:32.
Okay. Sounds good. I unfortunately get to work whenever they tell me to work.
It's part of the gig.
Yeah.
I would like to not deal with trolls, but it's part of the fucking gig, you know? Shit.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Part of the damn gig. A whistle?
Too bad the weather couldn't.
It might just be because I have it slowed down to 0.75. Just so we can try and hear it a little better. They're just talking about the weather now.
Well, at least it's melting-ish.
Do you guys hear a whistle?
Not fun. There may have been a lot of expletives there. it'll be the standard steps now. They'll come in, they'll do all the photographs, and then they'll set up the 3D scanners.
Okay.
Oh wow, they 3D.
I'm gonna turn off my camera because.
Wow, they set up a 3D scanner to go in there too?
Apparently.
So they not only 3D scanned the crime scene, they 3D scanned the apartment as well. That's odd. Why would you need to 3D scan it if it was kind of? I mean, the LE even in the body cam stated that it was kind of bare, sparse. You know, not much was in there. Even when you look at the stuff that was collected, there wasn't much stuff that was collected either.
Right. Well, I mean, surely he wouldn't leave behind anything, well, knowingly.
No, and you know, to make a big deal out of the storage unit, I'm sorry if even if somebody committed the crime, had something sitting in the storage unit, and then took off, I would still see them locking up the storage unit. Like, why? I don't know. That shit just don't make sense. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. It is the free way to help out. And thank you all for hanging out tonight. So yeah, that was some body cam stuff I wanted to show you. Isn't that crazy though? December 19th, they still state that they did not have a suspect. We will be going into the Moscow Paradise Path incident. We'll be covering that in another episode. When it comes to the stuff in the PCA, we'll be covering that in another episode. Like I said, I got all these notes. I try the best that I can do. But this is just, hey, we got content for a long time to go through stuff. So what I am going to do, though, because it is part of what we were watching earlier, and it is something that I mentioned before I end the show here in about 20-30 minutes or so, is when I brought up CeCe Moore and we were watching the Court TV episode when it came to the blood and came to the DNA. And they were talking about a lot about the DNA when it came to Michelle Dupree and a lot of the experts that they were having up there talking. Thank you for the sub, Luke Diamond. Appreciate that. So I wanted to play a section of CeCe Moore. She is one of the she's one of the scientists that actually, this is her profession when it comes to how they acquired the profile when it comes to Kohberger. She leads the profession in that, and so because she says there is no accreditation for it, there is no degree for it because it's not considered a science yet, it's still considered an art because of what you have to do to get the profile. You basically have to fill it in with a bunch of, like the best way I can compare it is like a tire. And you have a tire that has a bunch of holes. The tire is that profile. The tire's missing a bunch of holes, and you need to create pieces of tire chunk to fill in that tire to get that profile. And so that's what they're doing with this DNA. They're manipulating it, filling the spots in that are missing to get to the profile, and that's why it's considered an art right now and not technically a science, because there's so many. I mean, you're talking test after test after test, complete non-contamination. There's so many things that go into it, and that's why I want to play this part of this clip tonight. This is the Presumption Podcast. We love Sarah Zari. I've been enjoying a lot of her commentation on the Idaho4 case, because I think she's also one. You got Chanley Painter, that's on Court TV, that is level-headed, and then you got Sarah Azari on News Nation, which is level-headed, and it's important, especially to when you have those news organizations and they're not necessarily giving you the 100% truth.
Well, let me ask you a question, CJ.
Yeah.
If it's still considered an art, then how accurate? I understand that they have to fill it in, but how accurate does it make it?
So
that's what I was thinking.
I would like to show you guys another episode, but what I'm going to refer you to is a link to a previous show, and I'll look that up as we're listening to this. We went into CC Moore, we went into Vargas, two of the ladies that are very proficient in this study, and it's an episode where we have CC Moore. You're going to see this. It's another episode where you see Vargas, where she's actually on a witness stand in the Idaho4 court hearings, and they're even asking her, because this is why, okay, the FBI, after this court hearing, and maybe what we'll do is we'll rewatch this with you guys when you come up again. We'll rewatch this court hearing. They had Vargas up there testifying, and when they asked her how agencies can go roundabout ways to get profiles that are not necessarily ethical, and how it can exist, she pretty much, the FBI went after her. She pretty much said that, it can happen, it exists, and I know of a situation where it happened. And then the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, wanted the agency to go ask her what the hell, so there's a lot of very interesting stuff that went down with this, and it's because you got to think about it like this, right? DNA is a big ass topic. As soon as you hear DNA, you automatically think 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you hear DNA in a case, you automatically think 100%. And the thing is if you look up the Mark Carver case and you read the Mark Carver case, he literally was like 200 feet away from some lady that was unalived, left in her vehicle. The LE went and interviewed this gentleman. He shook the hand of the LE. The LE then went to the vehicle and opened the frickin' back door. And then all of a sudden, this dude and his cousin were being charged for the crime.
Wow.
So when it comes to the DNA, people hear the big words. People hear the 5.37 octillion. They hear all these big, just like you're listening when you're listening to the Howard Bloom article. These huge shock words,
right,
that are like, damn. And then you start to hear, you start to dig, and you start to go, oh. And this is one of those things. So I will share with you guys a link here. I'll look it up as we're listening to this when we went into the Vargas stuff. If you guys ever want to watch that sometime, we can go through it in the future again. But this right here, CC Moore, she pretty much explains it all in this clip right here. Now, this is the Presumption Podcast. Here's the link if you'd like to have for yourself. We are at the 50-minute mark of the video, so we're going to be chilling back, listening to about 20 minutes of it. And she's Sarah Azari and Jim Griffin and Matt Fadler, whatever his name is, are going to basically get schooled by CC Moore when it comes to this stuff, because even this Jim Griffin guy, he's so sucked in. Like I was saying, you hear DNA and it's like instant, right? But then you hear what she's saying, and it's like, yeah, it ain't so damn for sure. So when you hear, okay, yeah, there was a sheath that was found at the crime scene. They never found the murder weapon. They never found. There's different statements when it comes to the types of injuries, and the type of injuries in the commentary from the families when it comes to the autopsies. doesn't match this. I'm sorry, it just doesn't match a few inch knife blade when it comes to other things. And so then it makes you wonder, okay, well, yeah, there was a knife sheath that was at the crime scene, but it doesn't mean that the knife sheath was, I said, hey, it could have been a gift from the dude because you only have 20 skin cells left on the inside button of the sheath. That's it. 20 skin cells left on the left on the underneath of the button on the sheath. Okay. And that's what was found. So to me, it could be like, yeah, this dude could have gave somebody a gift 2 months ago. That's why there's only 20 on there. And then maybe the victim took it out because they were trying to defend themselves, and the person that committed the crime took the weapon, like, haha, they tried to take me on with this, and I'm going to keep it as a souvenir. You never freaking know.
Right.
So to sit there and say that this man committed this crime, you ain't even found the weapon. You can't even say what the weapon is. So then how all of a sudden is this person, when you have 3 other DNA, male profile DNA that were not tested, like BK's was tested. There's 3 others. And what the prosecution says is that it didn't qualify. Well, 20 skin cells on a sheath qualifies. What didn't qualify for this other male DNA?
Yeah. Wow.
So this is CC Moore. Again, this is the 50-minute mark. If you want to watch the beginning of it, I definitely suggest you should, if you have the time. The link's in chat, and definitely check it out. This is the Presumption Podcast.
For this are very, very small. And so typically you're using, if you're lucky, second cousins, but more typically he's very, very strict, very interested in genetic genealogy. So I've worked with him. There's certainly cases where we are trying to identify the true DNA contributor in order to help them exonerate someone. And
Barry's going to be a guest on the podcast. He's
great.
An old friend and colleague, and I know he's obviously a great authority.
Well, ask him about it because he has really strong opinions how it needs to be used. He wants there to be a warrant anytime it's used. He's very, very strict about its use, but he also sees the great promise.
I do have a question, though, about the Koberger case. Can you at all hypothesize what the triangulation was in that case? I know it's all hush-hush and we don't know much, but can you say, was it like a 4th cousin, a 2nd cousin, or how distant the relationship may have been in that case?
Well, I, of course, wasn't involved in it, or I wouldn't be able to speak about it. So I don't have any inside information, but I have built his tree early on just to see how difficult it might be. Anyone who has recent immigrant ancestry in their tree is typically much more difficult to identify. And he is at least 3/4 Italian. Okay. And so I doubt he was really easy. They might have gotten lucky and got a 1st cousin, but that is very rare because the databases we use for this are very, very small. And so typically you're using, if you're lucky, 2nd cousins, but more typically 3rd, 4th, 5th, and beyond. And so I don't know, the FBI did the genetic genealogy in this case. I would suspect they worked with more than one match, that there were multiple matches, that they built back and found a common ancestor, and then built forward and tried to narrow it down. I doubt they had a lot of great matches based on his family tree. So there's some luck involved. It's just who has opted in, who's uploaded to those databases and opted in, and then what is the population group of the individual you're trying to identify. So I can't say what I think it was, but I suspect it wasn't easy and that they really had to work pretty hard.
Cece, what databases do you rely upon to do your genealogy research? Is it all that's when people upload their DNA, or do you go to independent or the Mormon Church or some other database?
That's a great question as well, because most people are under the misconception that we're really digging into the DNA.
What's up, Cindy?
But really what matters to us is how much DNA someone shares with that unknown person. And from that, we can predict their likely relationship. From there, we're turning to public records. So we are digging in public records the vast majority of the time in our work. We're using anything that's available. There are billions of digitized records out there. Ancestry.com holds many of them. As you said, FamilySearch.org that the Mormon Church owns has many of them. There are smaller databases all over the internet and all over the world that we can use. So if I have to build a tree back into Norway, then I'm going to be using Norwegian genealogy records, which are online. If I am building a tree that's mostly based in California, then I'm very fortunate because California has a lot of public records that are available that some other states don't. So every state and jurisdiction has different laws that determine what records, vital records, are available, and some have a lot more than others. We use newspaper archives, we use social media, we use people search databases like, say, White Pages Premium, been verified, those types of databases. And so we're really using dozens of different resources, but they are all publicly available, and there's nothing that I can access that anyone else can't.
I have a question. Just generally, the database of where this is all coming from, is it really just a matter, as you said earlier, of just who's opted in? So it's just a bunch of like good Samaritans who've decided that they feel like they should upload their genetic info. Like Sarah mentioned earlier, my word is hesitant. I put on a little bit of a conspiratorial cap. It just seems odd to me that people are like, here, take my DNA. Like, what's the upside for people to be doing this?
Increasing public safety, getting violent criminals off the streets, behind bars. And a lot of people are also very interested in Jane and John Doe's getting their names back. And for those, there's about 40,000 individuals in the US that have died without their identification. So there's a lot of support for identifying them as well. At GEDmatch, if you're in the database, you are compared against those. You can be listed as a match for those. But if you want to, but for law enforcement, for criminal cases, you have to check that box. And so everyone in GEDmatch can be compared against the Jane and John Doe cases. And only about a third of the.
Okay, and I want to just pause that for a quick second, real quick, and then we'll get back into it. That's the part that Vargas talks about in the testimony link playlist that I shared with you. That's where she talks about how yes, you're supposed to check off a box. Yoli and other people have explained their 23andMe and Ancestry.com experiences where they actually have to go. It takes a second for them to even find out how to actually activate that feature. It's kind of hidden in a way. And also, Vargas did testify that there was an example that she knows of, an experience that wasn't necessarily followed when it came to getting a profile of a suspect. So even though there's a checkbox, she said yes. She even said on the court stand, she paused for a second, looked up and said, I'm kind of uncomfortable saying this.
Wow.
So yes. It was a very telling, and we can go into that sometime in the next couple shows where we can play that clip for you guys, and you can actually see it because it's like, yeah, they're supposed to, but yeah, and I think that's kind of what took place here. But that's just me.
Opted into criminal comparisons. Now, as far as why people do it, I've been involved in some long-term studies about this, and I think you would be surprised at the broad support that we're hearing from the public for this tool. And most of them aren't actively supporting it. They're not putting their DNA in the database. And as I said, there's over 40 million people who already have this analysis done and could put their DNA in these databases, and they're not. So we don't know exactly why they're not, but we are definitely hearing a lot of support.
And one thing I want to mention too is we found this out too this whole time, because I've never taken a test myself, but we found out that you could literally, like Silky, you could spit in a tube and say your name was fucking Joe Dirt, and Joe Dirt would have I'm serious.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
You could literally upload a fucking profile and name it as Brian Koberger's Pappy, there's a connection, people.
You know what? So now
Isn't that
you've given.
scary?
Yes, if I'm gonna commit a crime, I'm gonna spit in a tube so they already have it, and then I'm gonna put it like my worst enemy.
Well, they're saying what they're
Oh,
saying is
wow.
they're asking no, and it's a good thing, Silky, because they when it come to Fox Hollow Farms, that's how all you because if you follow that case, you've noticed that all of a sudden like remains are being identified left and right, and it was because a few months ago, earlier in the spring, the investigators were reaching out to the community or any loved ones that thought maybe, please submit your DNA so we could use that to help identify these victims' remains because there's so many and they're
Right.
scattered all over. And that's one of the reasons why you're now starting to see is because they reached out to the family. So it does help. Like it really does if it's legit. Now, if Joe Dirt gives you a fucking connection to a DNA profile, that's where I was like, what the hell? You could literally, because I always thought, excuse me, I always thought you had to, and maybe I'm just naive when it comes to this 23andMe shit. I just thought you had to have some kind of documentation proving who you were putting in the test, so then it wasn't some kind of false thing. But no, you can literally put it under Joe Dirt.
Well, but they'll
And,
still show like your family member, your family tree.
well,
That'll
it's
still,
gonna connect. Yeah, it'll
it's
still
gonna connect
connect.
you still.
Right, but like this is what they could do, Grizz. They
Yeah.
could literally say that your DNA was somewhere, right?
Mhm.
Go like they did. Go to the family's garbage, take garbage, use that to get the DNA match because that's what they used to get the DNA match. I'm saying they could have
Oh,
literally
okay.
took that DNA with the whatever systems they got, which is a hell of a lot better than obviously ISP and the cold case lab Orthram, because neither one was really truly able to come up with the profile. I'm wondering, or who says that it wasn't even somebody. That's the thing. There's a lot of people that say that there's no way that so many people could be could cover something up like this, which is totally 100% true. There's always going to be somebody that talks, right? But what people don't understand is it could take one person doing something not ethical that then sends all the ethical LE down a path that seems not ethical because they followed unethical from one direction. So instead of a whole group of people being assumed, oh yeah, there's no way, you're right, there is no way that amount of people would be able to keep quiet, but it doesn't mean that those people weren't following what they thought was ethical because somebody was unethical in the very beginning. So yes, the agencies could have been doing everything by the damn book, and it could have been something unethical that was done in the very beginning, and it makes the ethical people look unethical.
Yeah.
And that's what I think really took place. I don't think it's a bunch of a huge cover up. I think it's a very small unethical person or party, which then all the ethical were led down what they thought was ethical, but what really is not when you look at all of it. But they're going in real time. They're going when shit's coming out. They're moving at the speed of light. It's I'm sure everything they felt was, because I think the universities have the power, and we'll get into more of that stuff. I know we didn't get into it tonight, but we got plenty of stuff. I think the universities run that motherfucker, and I think the university is the reason why there's a lot of weird shit, a lot of stuff that's being said in the beginning and then changed, a lot of stuff that's being pressured. Say it this way, like when you first come out and say that the community has nothing to worry about at 4:30 in the afternoon, when you had the university putting out a vandal alert at 2-something in the afternoon, telling all their students to be sheltered in place, which means they couldn't leave. So those students were locked down for 2.5 hours. I think that's why the Fry first came out and said that the community didn't have to worry, because the university's like, yo, what the hell? I need to send my people home. All right, we'll tell them that the community has nothing to worry about. Then you can send your students home. We definitely don't want the students upset or scared, because then what happens to our money? What happens to our funding? It's all this big funnel. And we'll get into more of that as we talk. That's why I think Sigma Chi and Kappa, these other frats that had associations with the crime scene weren't talking either, because one day I hope I can go. I have to be responsible with what I report, because I look at it as journalism. I would love to be able to go in and tell you exactly what I think took place, but I can't, because there's not enough to do it respectfully. But I'm just going to say, I'm just going to keep showing things, and I'm going to keep going into how I feel like the university has a lot of strings.
Oh, absolutely.
And as we get into it, hopefully we'll undig more stuff than I can tell you exactly. I know a lot of you see what I'm saying, and I know a lot of you feel what I'm feeling and thinking. But we just have to be respectful about it. So, but I just wanted to pause that real quick. We got just a few more minutes, maybe 10 or 12 minutes or so. But I did want to mention those two things. Like, yeah, even Joe Dirt could put in
that is
a
scary.
DNA sample. Yeah, it is when you think about it.
Or identifying close relatives in their family, because they
Well,
feel
there was a case. It's still going on in federal district court out of San Francisco. A Jane Doe sued the city and county of San Francisco last year because she was a victim of sexual assault in 2016, and they took her DNA for the purposes of the sexual assault exam, and obviously.
I am going to pause it here for a second. This is a trigger warning. I'm not going to be showing the closed captioning, so do me a favor. If you might possibly be triggered, just mute it, and once you see the trigger warning go away, then you will be okay to unmute it. I just wanted to pause it and give you guys an opportunity to do that.
To identify the suspect. And then, unbeknownst to her, they saved her DNA in the database, and they then identified her as the suspect in a burglary.
Right.
So, as a defense attorney, I'm going to say, don't be a good Samaritan and don't opt into any of this, because it really is. She's claiming, unconstitutional use of her DNA, which obviously she has a good argument for that. But I just wanted to put that out there. It wasn't really a question for you, but
no, it's something I publicly spoke out against, and I also spoke out against using the newborn DNA for those types of purposes, because I strongly believe that people should have the right to decide how and if their DNA is used for these purposes. And that's why I really promote best practices and ethical use of genetic genealogy. It's really important to me that we're following the rules, following the terms of service, and only using the DNA profiles of people who have allowed them to be used. And so that's why I spent a lot of time educating the public. I want them to be able to make informed decisions as to whether this is something they want to support or not.
What do you think of the lab that they used in Coburger in Texas, Othram or whatever? Do you know that one?
I do. They are one of the third-party labs that is capable of creating a SNP profile. They use
Okay, so the Orthram lab, in case you don't know, first the Moscow PD sent the DNA on the sheath to the Idaho State Police Laboratory, which was unable to get anything. Think about this. All the tests that need to be ran for DNA, they can't be reused tests. It has to be new tests every single time. There's only 20 skin cells on the sheath. ISP labs could not get a profile obtained So they then sent it to Orthram Laboratory, which is a cold case laboratory which specializes in using that kind of DNA technology to exonerate, not convict. Then they were stopped in the middle of doing their testing from the FBI, and then the FBI is the one that took over after that. They are talking about the Orthram Laboratory. That was the cold case, which was the second agency or whatever you want to call it that did the testing on the DNA.
A technology that is targeted sequencing. So my understanding is they're not doing the whole genome sequencing. They are targeting certain parts of the DNA and sequencing just those. And then, like any of the analysis used in genetic genealogy, they extract out those SNPs that we use for comparison. And those are chosen to be as comparable as possible to the files that the direct-to-consumer DNA testing companies create, because that's who we're comparing against. And so, they've been under the gag order. They haven't been able to speak out. But my understanding is that they created that SNP profile, but then it was sent back to the FBI investigative genetic genealogy team. So they actually did the tree building. They did the work to try to identify a particular person of interest. And Othram just did the processing of that DNA. Now, because it's touch DNA, that's obviously more difficult, but we've had quite a few cases where we have also been able to work with touch DNA. But as you well know, as a defense attorney, you have to be much more careful tying someone to a crime when it's touch DNA, right?
Right.
Because we know.
And transfer DNA.
Right. And so as the technology becomes more and more sensitive, we obviously have to use more and more discretion as to whether that's actually tying someone to a crime. And that's why I emphasize my job is just to identify that DNA contributor. It's not to say someone's guilty. It's to say, I think this is your DNA contributor. Now you need to go do the investigation and determine whether that person is potentially your suspect or if it's just someone who left their DNA behind.
You basically generate a lead is what you do.
Exactly right. And that's why I haven't had to testify in court in front of a jury. I've been on hold in dozens of trials, but so far the judges have all ruled that genetic genealogy work is irrelevant because it's not used as evidence or it's not used to charge anyone with a crime. And therefore they haven't needed me. I have testified in grand jury hearings and pretrial hearings, but so far the case law and the precedent that is being set in the cases I've been involved in is that the genetic genealogy does not need to be presented in open court in front of the jury because it's not used against that person.
Jim, I wanted to get you in here. It looked like you wanted to say something a few minutes ago. I can see you're burning to get in here.
I am. I have 2 points. One, though, people listening may not know the difference between touch DNA and other forms of DNA. So just touch DNA is if you, like the Koberger case, I understood they took a cotton swab, perhaps, and swabbed the snap on a knife sheath, and that's where they got DNA from, and that would be touch DNA, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and we don't know exactly what was available and what they had to work with in this case, but obviously with touch DNA, there's a lot less sample available.
Right, and then others. Well, semen, for example, that's a body fluid, and you get DNA from that, or hair samples, or tissue samples.
All right, again, I'm going to go ahead and throw the, and it'll be over in just a couple minutes. This is another trigger warning just for a minute. Again, go ahead and hit mute until you see it go away. Then you know you're okay to unmute it.
And so that's a different type of DNA, correct?
Absolutely. And so that is going to help determine how directly it ties someone to a crime, of course. And I'm not an expert in this. I'm not a lawyer, but certainly we're working a case where they found semen inside a dead woman's body that has been raped. And that individual didn't have any tie to that person, wasn't a known partner, then that's much more damning than if somebody's blood maybe is found on a wall at a crime scene, which we've had that happen, and it ended up being a prior occupant of that home. In fact, we've had that happen.
You agree that, like what Jim was saying, the touch DNA could be transfer DNA as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. And, I'm not a geneticist. I'm a genetic genealogist. So I'm just speaking from the work that I've done. But to me, as a layman, it seems clear that touch DNA is far less damning than when someone's blood is mixed with the blood of the victim or their sperm is inside a dead body. Sorry about being indelicate. But.
Sure. So, and the next question I have is there scientific consensus as to what it takes for a match in your field?
So a match in our field means something very different than a match in a law enforcement database or a court case. A match in our field is a partial match, and it's caused a lot of confusion, and I wish we had a different term, but that's what we've always called it in genetic genealogy. If I get a match, that could be someone who shares 1% of their DNA and is my third cousin, and we share a set of great-great-grandparents. That's very different than a match in, say, CODIS, where it's that person, or if you're doing familial search, then it could be their parent or child or sibling. And so that's very high confidence. There's no reason for two people to share 1% of their DNA unless they have a common ancestor or ancestors in their tree. And that's what genetic genealogy is based on. And so we're typically working with these very small amounts of shared DNA and very distant relatives.
Well, I mean, 99% of DNA is common to all humans, but you're only talking about 1% of the DNA.
Not this type. So this type of DNA, you share 50% with each of your parents, about 25% with each of your grandparents, about 12.5% with each great grandparent. And this is the type of DNA that changes quickly. SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, are the ones that mutate, that change. And so those ATCs and Gs are going to be different with people that are unrelated. And we're looking for long identical stretches. We're not looking for single marker matches like you would with the STR profiles.
Yeah,
and so it's many in a row. They're actually blocks of shared DNA.
And that really is my question. How many in a row have to match before it's a match?
So we measure them on centimorgans. That's the unit of measurement for genetic genealogy. And if somebody shares, I would say it's not an exact science. 20 centimorgans or over is pretty confident that they have to have at least one common ancestor in their family tree. The match lists typically go down to 7 centimorgans, but we're not typically using those. We are usually using maybe the top 12 matches or top 2 dozen. We're hoping we'll find matches that share over, say, 70 centimorgans, which is approximately a third cousin. If you are sharing anything above 50 centimorgans, we can be confident that you are going to have a relatively recent common ancestor in your family tree. As it gets less and less, it becomes less confident. But as I said, down to about 20 centimorgans, it's highly confident you have someone in your tree that is the same, but you might not be able to find them because maybe they're way back in 1595.
Right. And is that, C.C. Moore's standard, or is there textbook?
Yeah, that's a good question. So genetic genealogy was developed by citizen scientists. It's not something that academia or forensic science or traditional scientists were really interested in until we started using it for law enforcement. So there is not a lot of published material, but there are a few studies that talk about the confidence levels and how far down you have to get in that centimorgan count before it becomes questionable. And so there's some that say 14 centimorgans, but 14 centimorgans still can come from so far back that I really kind of err on the side of 20 centimorgans. But yeah, that is my, as the person who's doing more genetic genealogy than anyone in the world, that is my standard. But I don't have a science degree. I mean, that's genetic genealogy. You can't get a degree in licensing. There's no certification. There's no accreditation yet. And so that's one of the reasons that if genetic genealogy were brought into court, it would be very difficult to validate it. It's science and art. It's not something where we're saying this is absolute. We are saying this is what the analysis has led us to develop as our hypothesis. And of course, all science is hypothesis, but this is a very different type of science, which is why it would be very challenging and why it should never be used as evidence against somebody.
Well, I do.
Boom, right there. Why it should never be used as evidence to convict somebody.
Exactly. Address this in the context of Kohberger. I keep going back to Kohberger because people want to hear about this. There is and I understand, a feud between the defense and the prosecution over the IgG in this case.
Still is to this day.
Yeah, so the defense is saying we want to
day.
see the genetic genealogy testing and report, etc., that identified Koberger. And the prosecution responded to that request for discovery saying multiple things about, like what you said, it doesn't negate his guilt. It is not material to the defense. It is not intended for use at trial, which I never like that argument, because just because you're not going to use it doesn't mean I don't want to, I can't use it. So, and none of the documentation sought belongs to the defendant, and belong is in quotations. Can you explain for our listeners why they're putting that in quotations? What do they mean it doesn't belong? I mean, they took touch DNA and they tested it and found this, what you call a match in your world. How is it?
Multiple matches. So I read what you sent me, and they're asking for the names and the addresses of all of the matches. That would be typically thousands of matches, because you include those very distant ones down to, say, 7 centimorgans. And so that seems like, asking for much more than is relevant.
Yeah.
Now I can see them asking for the ones that were used in the analysis. So
Right.
like I said, maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen were used in the analysis to lead to that hypothesis.
So why can't the defense have a more limited number that was used? I mean, this is.
Well,
this
I'm not a lawyer, but I know what case law has been so far. And there was a ruling in a California case that was appealed and upheld that ruled that they were genetic informants. So they were treated like confidential informants, and they really emphasized the importance for those people's identities to stay private. And we can understand why, because if someone were to get off that was actually guilty, right, then they would know which of their relatives were partially responsible for their identification. And that would obviously have a huge chilling effect on anyone providing their DNA for genetic genealogy purposes.
I want this to go up to the Supreme Court at some point.
I really thought that it would. I spoke in front of a lot of federal appeal judges last year, and many of them approached me and told me they don't think it will ever get to the Supreme Court.
Wow.
There was even 2 Supreme Court justices there when I spoke.
Cece, could you give us?
Because what I said before the last court hearing, they keep saying that they're not using that information. They didn't use that information, and they're not going to use that information. They're claiming that the other agencies have that homework. Even the chain of custody, they're claiming the other agencies have that homework, and it's up to those other agencies to release that information. And so, like I said before the last court hearing, when it came to the decision on the IgG, I'm sitting there going, look, all they're going to sit there and tell the judge is they just have a tip. They don't have the homework. Somebody else has the homework. We can try and get the homework, but I don't think they're really trying to get the homework, because he offered to try and get the homework from the Orthram lab, the private lab, 2 months ago. And then the last court hearing answered the judge like he was just going to reach out again and try and, let them know how important it is, that time is of the essence. My ass. They ain't trying to get it. They don't care to get it. And they're going to keep stalling the courtroom to where December 1st comes up. The judge is going to say, okay, where's it at? They're going to go, sorry, we don't have it. We told them how important it is. We just can't get it. Then January 3rd is going to come up, because they can't do it during the holiday. January 3rd is going to come up because it's going to be on another delay. And then they're going to say, sorry, we're still waiting. It's going to be another delay. And then I think in February is where the court's going to say, okay, where is it? Prosecution says, we're still asking. And then the court says, okay, they're not going to use it. They can't get it. It's from a higher agency that we don't have control over. So can we just move on without this?
Oh, jeez.
I think that maybe is why they feel that it's not going to go to Supreme Court. Because I think everything that is laid out that I said before this last court hearing, I mean, it just, if you look at everything, you look at how they, in a previous response to the defense's request for supplemental discovery when it came to the IgG information because it's the 10th one they've had now. But when they were asking before, one of the responses from the prosecution was offering them another case that talked about how a higher agency had DNA information and they couldn't get it. So to me, when I'm looking at that and then I'm seeing how everything's going up to when they had that court hearing before, I already could tell what was going to happen. I already feel like I know what's going to happen through February. And it's sad because this man definitely deserves the opportunity to find out what kind of homework led you to my fucking profile, let alone you're sitting there blaming me when it's just a sheath.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to say that
Where's
even
your homework?
yeah, I mean, even if he's guilty, he deserves he deserves good evidence against him, you know, not crap that's very debatable and 20 skin cells and all that. I mean, that's come on.
Well, let's be honest. It's up to them to prove his guilt. It's not up to him to prove his innocence.
Right.
What if you did the testing? Okay, you can't supply some of the homework that might not have anything to do with another investigation that's possibly going on because that's the only reason why this information wouldn't be released. So what does this investigation into this crime have to do with another investigation where you couldn't release the homework? That's my biggest question. What would be the reason why you can't offer the homework that took to get to this profile? What is that to do with something else that cannot be released? Now it's either two things: either there's nothing there, or it's part of another investigation. What other, like, how could that even, that's just what blows my mind when it comes to the amount of testing it takes. You can't reuse DNA, and it takes test after test after test after test after test after test after test. That's how you get the stuff that CeCe Moore was talking about. The blocks that match. Test after test after test after test after test. Homework. You need the homework in order to develop the profile. You can't just develop a profile off of no homework. You need the homework to develop it. All of this stuff should exist.
You're right.
So to tell me that it don't exist, you're bullshitting me. To tell me that it's part of another investigation, well, then if you're telling me that it's a part of another investigation and that's why it can't be released, well, then that makes sense why Kohberger was asking when he was apprehended, did anybody else get arrested? Because to me, that means somebody else was involved.
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
You need
Definitely,
that on a shirt.
What's that?
Do the homework. Do the homework.
I have a logo. I have a homework logo for that already. It's going to go over your face for a second there, Silky, but we got the homework. Boom, right there. Homework. Homework.
I thought you was going to drop some shit.
Homework.
You going to drop some docs.
No, sometimes you get the trolls that come in here and you got to flash this sometimes. You know what I mean? Just do your homework.
Okay.
Or go watch some cooking shows on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because your sleuthing abilities fuck up a cooking recipe. Don't fuck up anything else. But yeah, always do your homework. So thank you so much. Like I said, we got so much stuff to get into. It's just going to be going and going and going. I will be putting out a notification for the morning. We will be here in the morning, and we'll be here tomorrow night talking. So you guys are more than welcome. If you're not busy in the daytime or the nighttime, you're more than welcome to hop up. Just reach out. We'll continue to roll through these topics and go through all this stuff that we're kind of doing our own research on and kind of talking about when it comes to a lot of this stuff with this case. So thank you both so much for your company, your conversation. Thank you guys in chat for your company and conversation. Amazing shows. It's because of you, the community. And I'm just 3.9 thousandth of a part of that. So really, it's you that deserve the applause. not me for when it comes to the community. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you.
Peaceful and
Have a good one.
positive.
Bye, Grizz. Night,
Later,
CJ.
everybody.
Night, Silky.
Thank you.
DJ.
Good
You
night,
have a good
everybody.
one.